So when you come to resources that we need, it was highlighted yesterday by most of the speakers, but Africa owns 30% of the world's mineral reserves. It has more than 80% of the world's natural gas, 8%. It has more than 12% of the world's oil reserves, specifically. 40% of the world's gold is on the continent. 90% of the world's chromium and platinum is on the continent. And 65% of the world's arable land is on the continent. It means while we live on less than $2, the majority of our population, this arable land, these resources would make us something different. But together with the image that I put, corruption in Africa is very rampant. It has undermined African security, it has created economic damage, and it has violated a lot of human rights on the continent. Africa has lost through illicit financial outflows equivalent to more than $1.3 trillion. Illegal immigration of citizens seeking greener pastures elsewhere is not just a common thing. We also lose so many of our citizens in the seas as they try to pursue that. On the other hand, the continent has forged unity on where we want to be. We have established the Agenda 2063, and we have our own aspirations. And I will speak about the aspirations that relate with governance and corruption. Aspiration 3 has clarity that we want an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Remember that I mentioned what corruption undermines on the continent. We also want a peaceful and secure Africa. We want a prosperous Africa that must be based on good governance, democracy, social inclusion, and the respect for human rights, justice, the rule of law, are very clear prerequisites of the peaceful Africa that we want. We want to have capable institutions and transformational leadership by 2063. I think we will all have the judgment to ask how far we are going in that direction. As I said, I needed also to have a bit of the reflections on our understanding of good governance. Now, when you look at good governance, there is no one standard definition. But the things that stand out on good governance are quite similar in different definitions that we have. According to the World Bank, good governance is the process by which governments are selected, monitored, and replaced. I want you to highlight monitoring of the government, because I think that's where the relationship of governance, partly the relationship of governance and corruption comes in. And it is the capacity of the government to effectively formulate and implement sound policies. Of course, we highlight sound policies, and the respect of citizens and the state for their institutions that govern economic and social integration among them. The IMF has also a working definition, which is ensuring the rule of law, improving the efficiency and accountability of the public sector, and tackling corruption for economic prosperity. So tackling corruption is a prerequisite of any good governance system that we are looking at. The United Nations also has a definition of good governance, which reflects participatory, consensus-oriented, accountability, transparent, responsive, effectiveness and efficiency, equitable and inclusive, and of course one that follows the rule of law. Now, I also chose to use the definition of good governance as highlighted by the Chandra Institute of Governance in 2022 in their publication. They said that government rests on both the character and good governance rests on both the character and competence of national leaders. The highlight that is on Africa is unfortunate. They say that unfortunately for Africa, many of its leaders have been more intoxicated by the privileges of power than humbled by the responsibilities of governance. So good governance actually should be humbling, and for them the analysis is that the continent is intoxicated by the privileges of power than by the humbleness that comes with the responsibilities of governance. Now, I've chosen also to contextualize, because I'm also conscious that this forum is about sharing experiences. And I have highlighted the definition of Rwanda's governance. In the year 2000, Rwanda sought to understand where we are coming from and where we are going. And between 1998 and 99 to 2000, consultative meetings happened at the office of the president, bringing together all stakeholders from different walks of life. And those meetings that happened every weekend sought to understand what happened to us, why did it happen, and how do we move collectively. And then the Vision 2020 then was connived. That Vision 2020 had key elements of what describes different aspects of Rwanda. And I chose to bring the understanding of what governance was created to be understood. The state was established to ensure good governance that is understood as the following: accountability, transparency, and efficiency in deploying scarce resources. Now, I remain on these three because they stand out as governance principles that will ensure the place of corruption in the leadership of the country. Also, good governance must be understood as being centered on citizen participation and inclusiveness, and also having the rule of law that supports and protects all its citizens without discrimination, where social and economic transformation is key towards rapid development. Now, I will not really over-labor on corruption because this was highlighted from yesterday, but the African Union Convention on the Preventing and Combating Corruption has acknowledged that corruption undermines accountability and transparency, as well as the socio-economic development on the continent. In this acknowledgement, they also highlight the failure to effectively manage and efficiently manage the scarce resources. It's also been highlighted already that corruption undermines the legitimacy of government, democratic values, having human rights, and respect for the rule of law. Corruption is indeed a hindrance to good governance. Corruption undermines the security infrastructure and hinders investment and wastes scarce resources in many ways. Corruption costs the health sector for Africa greater than what is needed for all of us to have global universal health coverage. That was highlighted yesterday as well. Now, for Rwanda, I said I'm going to use Rwanda's model. For Rwanda, ensuring good governance and anti-corruption has required that we have strong institutions. And as we moved this journey of pursuing good governance and corruption measures, several institutions were created beyond. I know the institutions that are represented here from a Rwandan perspective have different angles on how they deal with either governance or corruption. I know in many countries there are very specific institutions that deal with anti-corruption, but that, as earlier said, can never be efficient except if it's done collectively. So the Office of the Ombudsman leads the fight against corruption. It leads the fight against injustice. It enforces asset declaration, which is key to the integrity of leadership. The Rwanda Investigation Bureau does the criminal investigations and the required legal processing. The Rwanda Governance Board, as I earlier said, leads research on governance and service delivery, monitors institutional performance on service delivery and governance practices, and also protects and promotes our homegrown solutions. The National Human Rights Commission does exactly what it means, promotes and protects human rights, monitors the respect for human rights, and the Rwanda Public Procurement Authority is there to monitor and regulate practices of public tenders. And it was highlighted yesterday that now all our public tenders are done through online systems to limit the interperson interactions and ensure transparency. Of course, the Office of the Auditor General is also there to audit compliance and finance, to do the audits that relate to compliance and financial management. And of course, it submits its reports also to both chambers of parliament for further interrogation and accountability on government. So I will not use this part of the discussion because I already mentioned what our responsibilities are, but I want to also come to you on what we do specifically. I've chosen to speak about enabling accountability through assessment tools. And I'll just highlight two major assessments that we do here locally. We do the Citizen Report Card, and the Citizen Report Card is a public audit where citizens provide feedback on service delivery over 16 sectors of service delivery, especially those that are nearest to them. In the 11th National Leadership Retreat, it was resolved that 10% of the district performance evaluation will be attributed to the Citizen Report Card as a reflection of citizen participation. And through that, since for so many years, we have contributed in the evaluation of districts and sectors by providing 5% as a voice of citizen satisfaction with service delivery, and 5% as a reflection of citizens on their participation. So across the sectors, we also judge how much citizens feel like they participate in the planning, in the monitoring, and in the evaluation of the things that happen in their district. It's an audit tool. The Citizen Report Card is an audit tool for both governance and service delivery. We also have the Rwanda Governance Scorecard, which is a quantifiable index that gauges the state of governance in Rwanda. Its purpose is to generate credible and reliable data on governance, but also assess the performance in that regard. It has 8 pillars that have more than 130 indicators and sub-indicators. But I've chosen today to speak just about the anti-corruption pillar. We have several pillars, but the anti-corruption pillar has 4 indicators. Now, when you see the incidence of corruption is data that we generate from the Citizen Report Card. When we go to the 10,000 households every year, we ask the members of those, the persons that we interview through our questionnaires, if they've had an incidence of corruption over the last either 12 or 24 months. And 88% in the year 2021 confirmed that they had not experienced an incidence of corruption. We also ask them about how they see accountability. I mean, we also have an accountability part that comes from the reports of the Auditor General, reports from different institutions, and also the voice of the citizens, and that stands at 85.7% in terms of performance towards the target. Transparency is high, and part of the reasons why transparency is high, we also collect data from the Office of the Ombudsman in relation to asset declaration, and that is part of the sources. Now, the anti-corruption one is still at 77% because we also ask citizens on how they reflect on the efforts of different institutions in combating corruption. And some of it stands out, but some of it doesn't stand out as much as we anticipate. Now, this all is also constructed on the fact that the National Strategy for Transformation has clear targets for every year between 2017 to 2024. So we are able to judge on the basis of that year's target or on the basis of a longer term target that is intended. I just chose to put, we have had 8 editions of this scorecard, of the Rwanda Governance Scorecard, and what you see here is a trend of how anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability has been performing over the years. And as you see, the trend has been progressively moving. At some point, we had a bit of a peak that is a little bit lower than where we stand, but we are able to know how we are performing through the years on the pillar of anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability. Now, as I said, one of the devices that, one of the evils of corruption is creating an environment that undermines trust in leadership. Yet the core of leadership or of influence is trust. Somebody said that you cannot lead without it. I've chosen to use what the Chandra Institute calls building trust in leadership and what it does. They have argued that that trust is a decisive factor in building a strong and prosperous nation, and that trust is the oxygen of strong nations. Now, I want you to relate with the theme, which is the relationship of corruption and good governance. The goal of governance should be the constant expansion of trust across all levels of society. What your institutions do every day is to try and ensure and do the interventions that you do for the populations to find more trust in the leadership that there is. Trust and prosperity are tightly correlated. Higher trust results in greater access to, of course, capital and investment. When you read the Doing Business report that happened in Rwanda, it has highlighted Rwanda as a leader in creating a business environment. And that is founded on the trust in security, trust in legal systems, trust in the protection of property rights, and trust in the effectiveness of the systems. Of course, increasing the level of trust in government is always a top priority, or should be a top priority. Clear property rights, a strong rule of law, and effective anti-corruption systems are key elements of building a very well-governed society. So good laws and rules are one thing, as I said, and compliance to those standards are key. And that's why I really use some of these indexes and the things that we measure to speak about that. Through the last Citizen Report Card, which is the 2021, I have chosen to show you the question we have asked over the years. For 10 years, we've been asking how citizens, the more than 10,000 households we go to, we ask them how much trust they have in these three areas. How much they trust the President of the Republic, how much they trust the Parliament, and how much they trust the judiciary. The President is trusted nearly 100% in many aspects for over the 10 years. This we did, and eventually we also did ask the GALP to do these questions, and the same results came out in terms of data. The Parliament is trusted at 92%, and of course the judiciary is trusted at 88.3%. We also ask about the trust they have in our security organs, because these ensure security. The Rwanda Defense Forces is very related to its commander-in-chief. It's also trusted at 99-point-something%. The Rwanda National Police is trusted at 96.5%. And then the district security services, DASO, is also trusted at 82%. You can see that the level of mistrust is still at 16.6%. They are closest to the citizens, and of course they are not yet as a professional structure as the other structures are. So I wanted to highlight a few. I spoke about the Rwandan indices, but I also wanted to bring a few global indices, not just on Rwanda, but also on other factors. And I chose the Chandra Good Governance Index that just came out last week on one of their indicators, which is anti-corruption control and prevention, which is on anti-corruption specifically. And for them, they define this as the control and prevention of the abuse of public power for private benefits, which is really the key highlights of what corruption stands out. I just chose to bring the top 10 African countries: Mauritius leads, Rwanda, Botswana, Morocco, South Africa, Senegal, Tunisia, Ghana, Egypt, and Namibia. They lead, those are the top 10. Now, when you look at the least performing, unfortunately, Africa also leads the least performing on that, mostly on that. Because the first African country is 38 out of 104. So even those of us who think we are performing well, we are not performing as well as we should be. But Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Mali, Mozambique, and Zambia stood out also as the least performing countries, not just on the continent, but globally, I mean through the 104 countries. I also chose, and this is very specific for Rwanda that I chose, but the specificity of it that I chose is on the results, but the rule of law index also measures the absence of corruption as one of its indicators. And they have described 4 elements of corruption. Government officials in the execution branch do not use public office for private gain. Government officials in the judicial branch do not use public office for private. Government officials in the police and military do not use public office for private gains. And government officials in the legislature branch do not use public office for private gain. And of course, you can see for the executive branch, Rwanda is on a very high average at 72. Of course, the highest is 1. In the judiciary, it is at 61. In the police and military, congratulations, it's at 70. And in the legislature, it's still at 0.56. The highest performing would be 1 in many ways. So I wanted to bring the correlation between the existence of institutions that ensure there is good governance and corruption, the tools that we use to assess the performance in these sectors, and how we are performing both globally and locally from the voices of the people, which is the citizen report card, and the other measures that we have chosen. I've also chosen to reflect, and that's partly what my institution does, to reflect on the Corruption Perception Index. And we do every year when we issue the Rwanda Governance Scorecard. At the end of it, we put how Rwanda is performing in different indices that exist globally. Why? Because as a country, we have chosen to be accountable to ourselves. And the way you become accountable to yourself more effectively is having institutions that combat corruption, that promote governance, but also being able to measure yourself and taking it and looking at how other people are measuring you. So the Corruption Perception Index, without a lot of comment, shows how Rwanda has been performing. I chose what we did for the last since 2016. Since 2016, Rwanda was, we show how it scored globally and how it scores in the sub-Saharan region. And it has maintained either being 4th or 3rd position. And even when we became 4th, it's not that the marks reduced. It's because maybe other institutions, actually other countries performed better. So I'm getting to my conclusions. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I wanted to highlight that the impact of corruption on good governance in Africa, according to different reports that have been raised, corruption persists in Africa. As I said, the last positions were taken either in the Rule of Law Index or the Chandra Index, or even the Perception Index. The last positions are taken by mostly African countries. We also observe that Corruption Perception Index, as mentioned, sustains poor performance on the continent. So a number of African countries have really consistently improved in their anti-corruption mechanisms for them to ensure transparency and accountability, but it remains that the nature of governance that most of these African countries are enjoying has an impact on the character of corruption, as earlier mentioned. So the recommendations I've mentioned that in addition to laws against corruption, the adaptation of digitalization of services in the promotion is promising in terms of curbing the corruption curve. It was highlighted yesterday. Enhancing the implementation of national policies and anti-corruption strategies for the effective public service delivery is key. And there is need to develop an African or regional index that helps track corruption trends given the African reality. And I know this room has heads of anti-corruption agencies. We know the commitments that we have in the Agenda 2063. We know the values that we share through the Commonwealth Africa. Do we have any standardized ways of measuring? Because collectiveness is what brings us in this room. Doing it together is what brings us collectively. The illicit loss that we get as African countries takes more than one of us. It takes one nation. It takes more than one nation for it to be successfully illicit. So I want to argue that the relationship between corruption and good governance is that corruption undermines good governance. And good governance, where effectively implemented, creates government trust. And government trust leads to efficiency, accountability, and transparency, which are the strongest weapons against corruption and which are the most effective ways to deliver on sustainable development. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaitesi, for your brilliant presentation. Another round of applause to Dr. Kaitesi. Thank you so much for your presentation. In her presentation, she highlights that corruption continues to undermine good governance in Africa. Corruption undermines security, economic damage, and violates human rights. Africa loses $1.3 trillion through illicit financial flows. We have the Agenda 2063, the Africa wants, and its aspirations. What we need to enhance in Africa is the good governance, tackling corruption. Also, she presented about prerequisites for good governance, and where she shared values and principles that support good governance, accountability, transparency, citizen participation, rule of law, and equity. She talked about the various indexes locally and globally, and shared the experience of Rwanda related to good governance, where shared citizen report card, good governance scorecard, which are enabling accountability tools. Now she ended by concluding that digitization of services, having standards at the African level to measure the impact of corruption, but also the progress. Now it is time for you to ask for a question, a comment. The floor is yours. Can I see? Okay. Please, the microphone to him.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much, Doc, for your presentation and the reflections that it allows us. I don't think there is any illusion with anyone in this room about the negative role that corruption plays in governance and in stabilizing societies. And I think it is also very important to get feedback about the level and the standing of the government within and in the international community. But I have a problem with measurement indicators. As useful as they are very important to have an idea of what the public perception is. The real problem for us, which you have zeroed in upon, is the poor leadership generally in Africa. That's a major problem. And indeed, where there is political will, and I'm sure if we take a sampling of all the heads who are here, performance is affected by political will. How much of it is available, whichever way you look at it. However, let's look at some of these indicators, which always hypocritically rate Africa very badly. First of all, and there are many of them, the irreconcilable differences on the findings on similar indicators from different measurement reports. So you have the World Justice Project, you have the new one that has hit the Chandler's Good Governance Index, you have the Corruption Perception Index, and all that. The CPI, for example, which is Transparency Zone, uses other reports. Many people may not know that. It's not survey conducted by Transparency. Transparency uses about 8 other reports to come up with their own report. And sometimes those reports are 5-6 years old, not the immediate year that they reflect, so that whatever efforts any government has made in those years are not reflected in those reports. That's number one. Number two, how do you explain that tax havens that are globally accepted as facilitating corruption always rate better than the countries that are victimized by their operations? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. And all the measurement indicators globally, and I always check, and I've checked the Chandler's one, just as you were speaking, and I've checked other ones, they will rate global tax havens who make it impossible for us to fight corruption, who facilitate the corruption of our political elite by giving them places to hide the money. How do they rate better than the victim countries? Number three, I think that we need, as Africans who reflect on these issues, to evaluate the political economic interest of countries in these rating tools. I know that Commonwealth is the driver of this and there are benefits and gains, but what's common in the wealth? The wealth is not common. So don't let's deceive ourselves. The wealth is not common, but we have to move forward and learn from each other. Now, there's a war, unfortunately, going on in Ukraine. Regrettable, not acceptable, not supported. However, the measurement indicators that will come after the war will rate Ukraine as one of the best countries. Just watch. On every indicator, because it's an agenda for the West. So let us understand where we're coming from and where we're going. We accept corruption is having a terrible negative effect on our, and we must deal with it. But don't let's get carried away by these funny indicators. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Your name and the country.
Okay. George Ekpungu, also from Nigeria. Prof has already given a summary of the paper, which I think was a good one. He has also given an overview of some of the issues that are really mute. But in all that you have presented, there is one thing I want to ask as a rider to all he has said. What is African leadership, especially the leadership of the anti-corruption agencies, going to have as a takeaway from here as a strategy for us to enhance the implementation of these national policies against anti-corruption. Like Prof has clearly stated, we are doing everything we are doing, and yet the indicators sound like we are running in rigmaroles. What are we, as this group, going to have as a takeaway to enhance, the anti-corruption fight? Secondly, your indicators with regards to, performance of your leadership is sincerely un-African. And again, if I fall back to what Prof has said, these are some of the things that we should be able to take as the basis of assessing ourselves rather than waiting to be assessed. If the trust of the Rwandan people on the leadership of this country is about 100% for the executive and the president, including the police and the military, and then at about 90-something for the parliament, and about 80-something for the judiciary. I think that Rwanda may be small and young, but I think that Africa has actually taken off. And these are some of the indicators and some of the takeaways that we'll need to take and then replicate them in our various countries. And I dare say that one of the in the processes of government, then we will not be waiting for others to grade us. Our grading will evolve naturally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Can I take the floor, please?
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Anuka, Vice Chairman of National Anti-Corruption of Cameroon. First of all, I would like to sincerely congratulate Dr. Usa Kratezi for her presentation. And from that, I've learned about a lot about what Rwanda is doing. And for my own idea, what she presented give the confirmation of what has been done at the international plan, those people who evaluate what we have been doing. And I think that it's good that evaluation of what we have been doing will not only be evaluated an external evaluation. I think the internal evaluation is also important. And on that point of view, I congratulate sincerely what your office has been doing. And the tools you have been using to achieve those results. You talk about the citizen report card, because I think we are here to learn, to exchange good practices. I would like to know a bit more about that citizen report card, how the function or how the coordination is done. Is there a law on it and so on? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Tanzania. I see the lady from Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Neema Mwakadili. I'm the Deputy Director General of Prevention and Combating of Corruption Bureau, Tanzania. I would also like to join the previous speaker to congratulate Dr. Kaitesi for a good presentation. And what impressed upon me was, of course, the local developed indicators of anti-corruption. And also commending what the professor said earlier from Nigeria as regards to the international indicators and the challenge that they have posed on African countries. I think what we can take home as anti-corruption agencies is the need to have our very own homegrown indicators. This is the challenge that we faced in Tanzania in the last decade, and in 2015, we had to spend some time to develop our very own homegrown indicators. And the challenge really was that the international indicators usually do not capture the effort of the government or the effort of the anti-corruption agency in the country. And it's really important to get to know how do the citizens perceive the government effort in combating corruption. So I really appreciate the fact that Rwanda has shown the way in terms of bringing in indicators that are homegrown. The challenges may differ in terms of the sizes of the country. I can imagine if Nigeria is to take perhaps annual or biannual surveys in this aspect, but of course we have opportunities nowadays in terms of technology to be able to do that. So mine is really a congratulations to Rwanda and encouraging other fellow African countries to take an initiative, perhaps to have our own local developed indicators and maybe regional indicators where we can do sort of assessment or peer reviews and move forth, not disregarding the international indicators, because they have also been very instrumental in terms of pushing us forward to improve our strategies. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Uganda, the chair can have the floor.
I really want to thank, my name is Betty Kamya, I'm from Uganda, and I want to thank Dr. Kaitesi for her presentation, which has also been very well presented. My attention has been drawn to the statistics of Africa in the first paragraph of the presentation, if IT would bring them back. The statistics that talk about the wonderful endowments that Africa has in the top box there. 30% of the mineral resources, 80%, 12%, even 90% of the world's chromium and platinum, and 65% of arable land. Clearly, Africa suffers no shortage of resources, but remains at the bottom of the ladder in development and social transformation. To me, this means that we should stop counting and reciting the generous godly endowments and look for the deficit. Because clearly, the deficit is where we have a problem. And I think our deficit, I think we all know that our deficit is manpower capacity to nurture those resources. When God created the world, he said to man, establish dominion over nature. He gave us nature 100% and said, go establish dominion. And by implication, enjoy it. The Europeans, the Americans, the Chinese, they established dominions even over their less generous endowments. But what clearly they have was a developed human resource. They were able to live even with their less endowed resources. So to me, clearly, now more than ever before, we need to pay attention to human resource development. There are countries like Japan who can't even show you a resource, a natural resource, but they depend on science and technology, innovation, and human resource. I think we need to turn our attention to the development of human resource, then we can nurture the resources which other people come and take away from us as we watch, because they have developed the human capacity. And secondly, we have also talked quite a lot about the political will. It is said everywhere, we need political will, we need political will. And my question is political will sustainable? Because political will depends on the person sitting in the chair at that time, or the regime. But does it guarantee that the coming regime will also give political will? We have seen political will do extremely well, even in a country like Rwanda. But does that guarantee the next regime? I think what we must guarantee and develop and even call for is not so much political will, but people power. We need to empower the population and to build institutions so that they force the political will. People like Trump, Donald Trump, did not have the political will, but the population and the institutions held him in place. I think there are many other developed countries where political will is not necessarily what is holding them together, but the population, an empowered population, and strong institutions. I think that's where we really need to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment and the question. The floor is now to Dr. Kaitesi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. I agree with the intervener from Nigeria on the problem with these measurements. And I think that's where Rwanda took its own choice. The issue is not measurement. The issue is why we measure, what we measure with, and who do we measure for. When Rwanda made its strategic political choices, they were very clearly defined on 3 elements. First, we chose to be accountable to ourselves. So accountability is not something we do for others. It's because we know that we have scarce resources. We have great ambitions. The only way we deliver on those scarce resources with those ambitions in a very fast way is being accountable to ourselves. I feel accountable. Public officials feel accountable. They are obliged to be accountable. So you create systems, mechanisms, and measurements to enforce that. That's what the state has in power. A lot of good things are only enforceable as long as they haven't become culture. You know, with the Office of the Ombudsman, when we did the initial declaration, it was the police structure. But now, the system is open. I can access what I own. I can add and remove. In the initial declaration, we never had access to what we had said because we were not willingly compliant. The culture has become that, I know now it's 1st May. I know by 30th June I must have declared. I have already received an email, or I'm supposed to receive an email. I will go in the system and reevaluate my property. I no longer feel obliged. It's part of my culture. But it took so many years to build that culture, to educate, and therefore it's very key for us to understand that choosing accountability and making accountability as your culture is a process. We also have chosen to be transparent to ourselves. When we initially started issuing the citizen report card, this is how we always tease. When we do the citizen report card, the last districts always challenge the methodology. Every time we have had issues with districts, it's been those that feel the argument is not whether it's true or not. They want to be sure if the methodology is correct, and that's for us locally. And if they have performed better the next year, they don't ask about methodology. They are looking for something to devaluate. So when we saw these international indexes as Rwanda, we have probably suffered the most politically biased indices. We've had some of these indices. I just gave you an example of the GALP. When GALP had the study for us, the results on what trust people have in the president were never published. And we called them and asked, why didn't you publish this? You know what they said? They said that when it's highly positive, they have reservations. But when it's highly negative, they don't have reservations. Unfortunately, that's what you're saying. The same you say with CPI. While CPI has over 80 sources, actually Chandria also has sources. They don't come and do data collection on the field. They use the sources of many other data collectors. Interestingly, what you said, they will use 8 sources for Sweden. In Rwanda, they might use 4 sources. But when they judge us similar. So partly what Rwanda Governance Board does is this. When all of these indices come out, we analyze them, we look at where the gaps come from us. Did we provide updated data and they intentionally didn't use that updated data on national websites, on different institutions? Or is it a political orientation that we will never be able? Yesterday, the World Freedom Report was issued. We have been dealing with them because for Rwanda, they've been using 6 years back. Intentionally, because if they want to say a journalist died, and no one died in the last 6 years, they will bring back the one who died 6 years ago. Only this time, can you imagine Rwanda moved 20 places because we engaged them and challenged them on their methodologies. I think really sometimes we are also too silent on people making our stories. And I think that's part of it. You know, they're not in paradise. Every research result has methodological approaches that require us to interrogate. Part of that was, anyway, they will say it. That doesn't define us absolutely. But we want to interrogate and see, is this true? Is this our mistake? Whose mistake is it? But that cannot prohibit us from doing self-assessment. Because we know self-assessment in the end is what makes us accountable to ourselves. Some of these people, you engage them and they think you're just on defense. Building this nation is not a defensive approach. It's building dignity of the people of this country, giving value to each of us in order to be able to participate fully in the development of the country. So I agree with you. That's why key of my recommendation had 2 elements. In the year 2018, the heads of governments of Africa, in their meeting, decided that for us to pursue effective delivery of the Agenda 2063, each country has to develop its own governance scorecard. When I issue the governance scorecard every year, I look at the National Strategy for Transformation, which for Rwanda has embedded the Vision the Agenda 2063, the Vision 2050 for the East African Community, the SDGs 2030, and our national ambitions. So we don't have many spaces for what we're pursuing. We have the Vision 2050 as a country. That has embedded all of those global commitments that we have as a country. And we know the targets we want to execute every year. So on the basis of that, it's very easy for me to get from what the citizens perceive, from what institutions produce, from their sector strategies, and from what all of these other indices are also saying. When you look at the governance scorecard, when I put these indices, I don't even make a comment. But I'm telling Rwandans that this is how other people are seeing us. Each of us has to go back and interrogate. I get the rule of law index, send it to them, to the justice sector, and tell them, interrogate. See where they found the sources. See whether they are using the right data. And I think that's really one duty that we can do, all of us. The other element for me really is, can we ever have a governance, an anti-corruption index that we believe in as Africans, that you sit together and agree on the indicators, and then try to assess ourselves on how we are doing from the Agenda 2063 perspective, from the Commonwealth commitments that we are making. Can we be able to evaluate ourselves? Because in the end, evaluation is a key element in all of this. So I think I'll combine it with what the African leadership has done. At least they have expressed that as nations we need to be able to self-assess. But also they have created commitments. If we have the Agenda 2063 as a major commitment, the things that affect us from a governance and corruption point of view, do we need as a body somebody else to mandate us to tell them that they are not doing it the way they promised? Because that is a commitment. And how do we engage on these commitments in a way that, that is key? So I think really for me, the relationship of the leadership and how they are doing it is also all of us. Leadership is less than one, is not just one individual. It's us as a system, but it's the integrity of each of us as individuals in different levels of leadership. And I like that the Chandra Governance Matters report states very clearly that the integrity of leadership starts with leaders and goes to the marketplace and goes to the community. In one of the sayings we have in this country, they say that paleness that starts from the top goes to the down. You know, we all say that it starts with leadership. A herd of sheep led by a lion is better than a herd of lions led by sheep, because the effort of lions becoming sheep is going to be really taking away the lioness that is in them. So I think really also we have to create our own, as said, our own governance codes and evaluate them. Beyond the intervention of the different cases that we do, we need to be able to present a picture that is key. The Honorable from Cameroon, Professor, asked about Citizen Report Card. The Citizen Report Card comes from that aspect of two things. Because we have chosen to be together as one of our three strategic choices, being together, being accountable to ourselves, and being transparent, we have decided that citizens have a say. There are different homegrown approaches that give citizens a say. But the bigger part of it is that this Citizen Report Card, we go to the citizens. We ask for permission from the National Institute of Statistics. We have a questionnaire. It's the only report we do in Kinyarwanda, which is the local language, because we want to keep it as perception as it is from the citizens. Of course, we go through the evaluations, the methods, and the processes, but we want to keep it as intentional as. Each district, we use a given population that is representative of the contribution of that district in the national census, so as to be able to bring the idea to be an idea of the district. We assess across 16 sectors of service delivery, including ICT, including justice, including education, including security, including agriculture. We know so far agriculture is the least performing at 50, while the security is at 90. Agriculture is now moved out almost to 60. So I think, as highlighted really, I agree with my sister from Tanzania, we have to find local ways of self-assessing. You can never know you're doing it right if you're not measuring it. You have to customize your measure. The realities of Tanzania are different from the realities of Rwanda. The realities of Cameroon are different from the realities of Nigeria. Even the leadership, the governance structure is different. But you need to have an opportunity of finding the trust in the people you lead. And the way you find the trust is by giving them part and parcel of the engagement. I will end with a question from Honorable Betty. I think when I highlighted what we have and the people we lose, we are not losing unskilled people only. We are mostly losing skilled people. And that's where it comes back to leadership in the real sense. It's not what we have, it's more what we are, I think. And how we have chosen to define ourselves has allowed many of us run away, or many of us want to develop where we stand. The importance of leadership, you know, I am so glad you are a Christian. Everything you will say either God, you will say either Jesus. It took Jesus to initiate the salvation story. It took 12 people to make the gospel. It has taken all these different denominations. You know, I register faith-based organizations. In this country, we have more than 500 registered. They are all going to heaven. I am making this story to show that we need an initiator. We need a standard bearer at a given time. But the success of leadership is really creating able and the opportunity of each citizen to be able to deliver. I will end with this small story in this country. The national anthem that we possess today was written by genociders. In 2002, in 2000, as part of redefining ourselves, we entered in the process of creating a new anthem and new national identifications. And what the team did was to create the expectations, the terms of reference, and pull out for people to write how they see Rwanda in the future. And people in the South who were in prison, who knew some music, sat down and wrote the beautiful words of the Rwandan anthem. If you spoke in Rwanda, I would recommend that you read them. What the people who were looking for the anthem did, they had two envelopes, a big envelope with the offer of the anthem, and a small envelope with the names of those who offered the anthem. The envelope of those who offered the anthem were never opened until the best anthem was chosen. And when it was chosen, it was from a prison by perpetrators. Now, that is the environment of leadership, and that is in 2001. That is the kind of leadership. Leadership is not just the individual. The individual creates the culture, the environment, but it makes sense when all of us eventually subscribe to the new values, subscribe to the dream of the Rwanda that we want. And for that, I think for every country that has transformed, they have had a stability of leadership that has created a new generation and a new value. And I'm not afraid of the values that this country has. I am not afraid of the effectiveness of the office of the Ombudsman, because the Ombudsman subscribed to the values of the office of the Ombudsman. And I think really we need to understand it from that. We all admire Singapore, but we also admire Lee Kuan Yew, because we know he has been the founding father. And I think it goes back to the statement that I mentioned earlier. Many African leaders have enjoyed the privilege of power than the volume of responsibility, and that has not humbled them. And I think it's the humbling of leadership that we are looking for in order for us to have the leadership that is effective and will deliver a corruption-free Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusta. Some takeaways from the session. As anti-corruption agencies, we must interrogate ourselves. We must enhance our oversight role to ensure transparency, accountability, and integrity in the processes of our government. Also, we have to enhance the implementation to oversee how our national policy, anti-corruption policy are being implemented. Also, digitization of services for good service delivery is key. Also in reducing the evil of corruption. Also, as African, we have to have our regional index to evaluate the progress made. Also, locally, each country has to evaluate, to have score indicators to evaluate himself. Also, political will is key in this journey, in this anti-corruption journey. Thank you so much for your kind attention. And thank you once again, Dr. Yusta, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Ombudsman of the Republic of Rwanda, for abling chairing this important session. We're now going to move on to the next presentation. I must say, this presentation is by one of our partners, and the chair for the presentation is Tanzania. So Tanzania should step forward, and Jennifer should also step forward. I must say we are running very, very, very late. Some of the presentations are so important, we can talk about it the whole day. But we also know that we have a lot of them to listen to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be a very hard taskmaster. I think they should give me one of the mic here, because I try to coordinate with the chairs that when the time they should look at me, but if they don't get it, then I'll have to use the mic. Otherwise, we may be staying here till about 9 p.m. if we don't control the timing. Painfully, we have to make sure that the time is adhered to so that we can listen to all the things on the agenda. So now we have, it's about 9:20. This presentation is supposed to be for 45 minutes. Chair, you may want to allow the presenter 30 minutes, and we use 15 minutes presentation. And if you go beyond that, I will call you. I'll call out so that we can move on to the other sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roger, for that important reminder. Again, I'm Neema Mwakadiele from Tanzania. Many of our countries and agencies are members of the UNICAC and have, over the years, interacted in one way or another with the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. On this note, many of us do appreciate the contribution of UNODC in supporting anti-corruption efforts. However, of recent years, we have seen a shift, not only in the United Nations, but also in the African Union, and I must say the Commonwealth as well, in using the regional approach to manage their programs. And therefore, this morning, we have the privilege of having with us Madam Jennifer Bradford from the Corruption and Economic Crime Branch of the UNODC to tell us about their new approach to regional anti-corruption and technical assistance. Madam Bradford joined the UNODC in 2013. Since then, she has worked being part of the Secretariat to monitor the implementation, and that has made her being involved in over 40 reviews over 40 countries. And some of us may agree that we have interacted with her in the process. So she is very conversant with the various stages of implementation of the UNICAC program. Prior to that, she had worked with the UN at the human rights function. And we are looking forward this morning to hear from her on the new approach that UNODC has in dealing with anti-corruption and providing technical assistance. Most of our countries are members of regional communities, and of course Commonwealth Africa being one of them, and therefore let's be attentive and see how can we benefit more with working with UNODC in this new approach. Let me now welcome Madam Jennifer for the presentation.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to everybody. I will say dear colleagues, but I also do not, without fail, I actually want to mention the honorary members of the Rwandan National Ballet from last night. Particularly welcome to those. Yeah, I mean, on a personal note, my journey with Africa started 25 years ago in Tanzania. So I find it befitting that the chair is from Tanzania today. So. I have worked in Africa. I worked slightly west of here in Kinshasa for 2 years during a rather hot period in peacekeeping, 2002 to 2004, which is actually the last time I was in Rwanda. But I also set up the UNODC office in Ethiopia and established the national program there. So if I remember my password, I will start the presentation. Okay, so we have the presentation. Good. Now, UNODC Corruption and Economic Crime Branch, we're a little bit at an intersection. We're taking a new route, but we're building on what we've already learned, and that's what I would like to showcase to you today, because many of you have been part of that journey. So 2021 was, of course, the year of anti-corruption. A lot of things happened. A lot of very important milestones were encountered and established. We have the UN's common position against corruption, which is a first, when the first time that the UN Secretariat comes together, actually beyond the UN Secretariat, the UN family comes together to say, this is what we think, how we should address corruption. The second thing that happened in June last year was, of course, the UN General Assembly special session against corruption. Another first, where members beyond the membership of the subscription to the Convention Against Corruption agreed that and renewed their vows to fight corruption. Then what happened, of course, in December, some of you will have been present, others were planning to go and then disrupted by Corona, but we held, of course, the Conference of the States Parties in Sharm el-Sheikh, where in many of the resolutions that were adopted, the language that had been adopted through the political declaration of the UNGAS was reflected. So if you wish, these are all building stones, building blocks in where we're going. Next, please. So, some of you, actually most of you, will be aware that UNODC, we established these platforms, right? They were to fast-track the implementation of the convention, and groups of countries came together to identify common challenges and devise strategies to address them, national or regional. From 2017 to 2021, 5 regional platforms were established with a total of 43 participating jurisdictions, and I say that because one of them also includes Kosovo. We have Southeast Asia, Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, South America and Mexico, and Southeast Europe. But I dare say that our programmatic approach reached well beyond. We also have, in the Pacific project, we have upcoming in West Africa, another platform being established for Sahel -1. So a lot of things happening. The purpose of the platforms is to identify technical assistance needs. At the very origin, it was really to build upon the reviews, from the implementation review mechanisms, but we realized that countries in the same region were at very different stages of the reviews. So instead of waiting for all the reviews to be finalized for everybody to come together, we brought everybody together and started discussing, sometimes even ahead of the reviews. It was a very important way to leverage donor support. Of course, as you know, we depend on donor funding to carry out these activities. And it also facilitated coordination between donors, beneficiaries, and other technical assistance providers, which is sometimes no small and no mean task. Now, what did we realize? Well, if you look at this map, we've also started interacting very much with peacekeeping operations, peace building support office, and so on. So we now have colleagues also sitting in Mogadishu, in Kinshasa, and recently somebody has arrived in Mali. What we realized, and what's very apparent when you look at this map, it really doesn't cover everything. And the platforms were, as much as they energized our support, coordinated, found commonalities, boosted the fight, it also meant that there were some countries that were left out. And while it was good, it was not good enough, at least from our perspective. In December 2021, the Conference of the States Parties adopted the resolution that you see cited at the bottom there, 9.4, calling for an expansion of the regional approach. We've seen a steady growth in technical assistance demand. And to meet the sort of twin challenges of work volume and a wide range of different technical skills needed, we've started created regional hubs. Now, what are these regional hubs? They are basically little satellites of the branch. So we are effectively redeploying staff from headquarters towards the field. One very important lesson learned from the COVID crisis was that when we in Vienna were prevented from flying, we could only deliver in the field and support where we had staff available, which meant that, fortunately for West Africa, for instance, we had quite an important project. I mean, Nigeria continued obviously with the national office, but other beneficiaries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Ghana were high on the list because we had staff available who could fly easily. That was not necessarily the case all over the world, so we're trying to learn from these lessons. The first hub was therefore established in Mexico I was about to say last month, but in March, to cover Latin America and the Caribbean. And the second hub, which will be for continental Africa, is being established, I would say, in South Africa. In Pretoria, we're boosting our office there. 2 senior international staff will be placed there. One will have a part-time focus on wildlife crime, environmental crime, to continue supporting countries like Namibia, Uganda on fisheries, Ghana also, for instance. We have all these different tools in our toolbox. I'll come back to that. So the core purpose of the hubs are to ensure coordination across UNODC field offices on the anti-corruption agenda, provide a more consistent and effective anti-corruption technical assistance in each area of responsibility. There will be more fundraising done from the field, and there we will look to you to also support us and work with us to this respect, because sometimes you know better than we do where the money might come from to support our mutual and joint efforts. Facilitate information sharing, identification of good practices, and foster synergies amongst the different review mechanisms in implementing technical assistance. There was, at one stage, the African peer review mechanism. Personally, I don't know where it stands. If anybody has information on that, I'll be very happy to learn. And we hope to act as a repository of knowledge and expertise. Now, I want to note one very important point. Platforms and hubs are not linked. So the platforms that have been created, where we have commonalities and synergies and so on, they can continue. But the idea is that the hub may provide technical assistance to a platform member, but it will also support other countries in its geographic region. And that's a very important point to make, I think. Because yes, if you look at the map now, you see this is an effect where we actually provide technical assistance. It's not within limitations of little platforms and so on. Can you go back one slide, please? I want to mention two other things that influence this decision. One is that we in UNODC last year also adopted a strategic vision for Africa. It aligns with the SDG and the 2030 agenda, but also with the African Union 2063. And the other thing that happened is that our global program for anti-corruption actually underwent what we call a midterm evaluation. So after 6 years, we stepped back and we took quite a deep look at what we're doing well, what we're doing not so well, what we should be doing more of, and what we should be doing less of. And guess what? The regional approach really came out on top, as well as some other thematics, which I'll come back to. So these are really the reasons why we are now moving towards this regional approach. And we are there for you to enter into discussion and see how we can bring as many together as possible in order to support you better and be there for you. Okay, so 2 slides ahead. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about another very exciting thing that happened last year. It was the establishment of GLOBE. Now, this is the law enforcement network. And what is this supposed to do? Well, it is a platform for peer-to-peer information exchange and informal cooperation to better identify, investigate, and prosecute cross-border corruption offenses and recover stolen assets. Now, given that yesterday's conference segment opened with asset recovery, I think this will be music to many people's ears. At least I hope so. At the moment, we currently have 56 states participating globally with 96 authorities. And I want to make this point because according to the GLOBE Charter, up to 3 institutions can participate from one country, in a hope not only to foster synergies globally, but also nationally, which we all know can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. These are operational anti-corruption law enforcement authorities, let me put it that way. It is not pure prevention. This is really looking at the nitty-gritty of cases, trying to build cases, trying to bring together discussions through the network. So when I contacted next slide, please. When I contacted my colleagues in Vienna to say, is there any special something I should focus on? There was one reply that came, said, tell them China is a member. Why? Because China is actually one of the more complicated counterparts to engage and interact with. And, you know, China has quite a big engagement, let's put it that way, in Africa. So definitely, this is something worth knowing and highlighting for you all. So the governance has a plenary, a steering committee, and the steering committee members include also Mauritius and Nigeria under the current chair of Spain. And I wanted to highlight that Commonwealth is already represented at the highest level. Permanent Secretariat is formed by UNODC. So we have a threefold approach under GLOBE. We have a community of independent anti-corruption authorities. We have an online one-stop hub for anti-corruption cooperation that is being created. And we have extensive knowledge and capacity development component. I do want to highlight this has been funded very handsomely by Saudi Arabia. We received $10 million to advance this. So I would really want to encourage you all to consider membership. Next slide, please. As I said, these are the current members. If you don't see your flag there, that's because your country isn't yet a member. But I would very much welcome everybody either to reach out to myself or to my colleagues in Vienna. I'll be more than happy to put you in touch to discuss modalities of joining this new law enforcement network. It has to be done via diplomatic channels. There's a note verbal and so on, but most of you have permanent representations one way or another. This can happen. So the next innovative approach that we're taking, well, it's not entirely new, is the Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment, GRACE. GRACE builds on the successes of the Education for Justice, which many of you may know about and were engaged in, as well as the Anti-Corruption Academic Initiative. And we launched this at the COSP in December. And the GRACE initiative will bring to the international community knowledge and experience working with educators, academics, youth, anti-corruption authorities to foster what we call a culture of rejection of corruption. I want to highlight that whatever was created under these previous initiatives, the Education for Justice, the academic initiative with the tertiary education modules, which many of your countries implement in your universities, they will remain, they will just be rebranded. So it's all still available, it's all still there. Next slide, please. One of the things I personally have worked on, and it's been a labor of love since 2013, is the gender dimensions of corruption. Because corruption impacts every society differently, but also it impacts women and men differently. And I'm very proud to have here a couple of our strong supporters in this effort, namely Nigeria and Ghana. Nigeria is going to be starting, I believe, its third anti-corruption or corruption survey, but already after having done two, there was a gendered analysis carried out, which you see there. The purple cover is gender and corruption in Nigeria, to try to identify differences in how men and women experience corruption and perceive corruption, right? The Time Is Now is our flagship publication, which incorporates a case study on Ghana and finding solutions on how to, for instance, address corruption when it comes to land rights amongst widows and working with and through civil society in Ghana. Ghana is currently undertaking a corruption survey. You heard about this yesterday with support of UNODC. What was not mentioned is that there is an important component there on women and men, as well as disability inclusion. And it's the first time one of our surveys has this component, so we're very excited to see what comes out of it. The data is being crunched, as they say, at the moment, and we'll see what this will lead to in terms of results and findings. Please go back, you're a bit too fast. I know I need to hurry up. The other thing I wanted to mention is, bottom right, is actually a guidebook for women entrepreneurs and women-led micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Because we know that many of the economic engine, if you wish, in any country will come from that category. 80% of the world's enterprises are in that category. And many of them are run by women. And here I know Kenya is cited in The Time Is Now as an international good practice. South Africa has followed suit, whereby public procurement allocates quotas to women, youth, and people with disability-led and owned enterprises. This is a way to widen the economic base in a country by engaging other actors and beyond what is the traditional pool of candidates in public procurement. Next, please. So, other UNODC guidance and initiatives. We have, of course, the Global Report on Sport and Corruption. Whistleblower protection, which many of you here are engaged in revising, reviewing, revamping your laws. We heard it yesterday, for instance, from Ghana. Obviously, challenges in COVID response and recovery goes without saying. Public procurement for millions provides millions of opportunities for corruption. State of integrity is our national anti-corruption strategy guide. And then we have scaling back corruption and rotten fish. This is about wildlife crime and environmental crime. Moving on to the next, please. So, what are we trying to do at UNODC? We are consolidating and building on outcomes from the UNGAS, from the COSP 9 in Sharm el-Sheikh. We're trying to revise how we do business. We want you to be actively involved, which is also why I am here. Partnership is a key factor in this new approach. Strengthen and expand delivery at all levels, including through the regional hubs. Continue to mainstream key cross-cutting themes in our anti-corruption work. You heard them before, be it gender, be it education, be it wildlife crime, be it public procurement. You know, we have different thematics where we can cross-cut and work not only with public sector, but with private sector, with academia, and so on. And, of course, the reason why I'm here, strengthen global networks and partnerships within the UN system and beyond. And I am really honored to have been invited to be here with you and to listen in on your discussions. And I do want to say 2 points. First of all, reach out to UNODC. We might not always have fundings, but sometimes we do. And more often than not, I must say that this regional approach is really attracting donors because they see that, well, by pooling funding, actually, maybe we can do more. So please, do not hesitate. Everyone here, I know, knows somebody at UNODC. So, you know, even if it's not the right person, they will be able to tell you who to talk to. Make the most of your implementation reviews for the Convention Against Corruption. I know many of you are now advancing, having had a bit of a hiatus globally due to the COVID crisis. You are now advancing. Make the most of your reviews. Work with your reviewing experts. Work with the Secretariat staff to formulate your technical assistance needs. This is a very good way of highlighting and showcasing where your priorities lie. And you can use it not only vis-à-vis UNODC, but other donors and technical assistance providers. And finally, one last point, because I can feel sometimes the frustration in the room building. Why are we not making progress? Why does this index show us as this and not that when actually? Well, remember, we know and understand what corruption is, but this is far from the truth amongst the average citizen. We know where to report corruption, but as the corruption surveys show us, that is not always the case. This is why many think that corruption is just business as usual. We need to break that. We need to continue. When we negotiated the Millennium Development Goals over 20 years ago, corruption did not feature in that discussion. But come the Sustainable Development Goals, it's there. It's all a question about a journey, about a learning curve, about accepting, and we just have to continue. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And with that, I just want to say, Murakose, obrigada, asante, merci, thank you for your attention and for having me.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, more especially for doing the presentation within time, which is a challenge to most of us. And I think members are now more exposed in terms of this new regional approach that UNODC have taken and the opportunities that are available for us as countries and as anti-corruption agencies in terms of leveraging the technical support and the publications and the many programs that are available for Africa. At this point, let me open the floor for questions, contributions. All right, I see a hand here.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for providing this information, which is very crucial information. UNODC, we know very well, it has played a very critical role in the area of technical assistance on anti-corruption related issues, but especially since the entry into force of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. But then, having done that already, I think the resolution to regionalize UNODC offices is a most welcome approach. That's a very, very welcome approach, because it will now be accessible to all the countries in their respective regions. What you need to do, and this you have said it already, and I must thank you for saying this, is to beef up those regional offices with relevant officials. I'm saying relevant officials because this should be officials with skills, knowledge, and they must be able to appreciate the different challenges that are coming from respective countries in those respective regions. Because challenges or the needs for technical assistance differ from country to country. And the one thing again, this also gives an opportunity to both small and big country to be assisted by the UNODC in terms of technical assistance. Because having relevant officials in the regional offices will give an opportunity for them to really listen and understand what are those technical needs, the submissions that are coming from the region. I know from the past that some country wanted to reach you at your headquarters there in Vienna, but sometimes it has become a challenge either to fly to Vienna or even to know who the relevant officials to reach out to, who can understand the need they need. But now, if you are coming down to them, this is a very, very good approach that we really need to appreciate. So you must just leverage your technical assistance so that all the countries with different needs can benefit from that. Otherwise, I must thank you very much for this information. It's very crucial information. Some of us who did not even know this global network that will be ready to definitely to join. And at a regional level, of course, this information will be more and much better disseminated to the respective countries within the regions. As long as your officials who are occupying those regional offices are officials with a better understanding of the technical needs within the regions. Thank you.
Any more contribution or questions? Yes, I can see a hand.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Hermenegildo Timana from Mozambique. Congratulations for your presentation. And I have simply a simple question on the global network items. We were looking to the program in our board in Mozambique. Then we already sent our proposal to join the program by email or virtually. Then we sent it also through our foreign minister. But we still have doubts. The first one is how many agents in each country can join the program. Then about the focal point, it can be more than one in each agency, or it is one focal point per agency. And the last doubt is about
government authorization. It is necessary for government to authorize the agencies to join the program or not. Thank you.
I can see a hand of Madam Ombudsman, Rwanda.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to hear more about the GRACE initiative. And you talked about a global network of law enforcement. It is law enforcement network, but I need to know how the anti-corruption bodies can be involved in those networks. Thank you. Especially the GRACE initiative, because law enforcement, I think, is about law enforcing institutions. Yeah, I need to hear more about those network and how they can collaborate or synergize with anti-corruption bodies. Thank you.
Yes, maybe I will now welcome Madam Jennifer to respond, and we'll see if we have time. We may take one or two more points. Madam Jennifer.
So, first of all, thank you for the questions and thank you for the welcoming comments. It is really, I think, personally, I think it is overdue, but there you go. Mozambique, I will make sure that we follow up in Vienna to find out where it stands. Yeah? Your request, number of agencies, up to 3 agencies. Focal point, number of focal points. The problem is, when there are too many people involved, nobody is responsible. And this is a general sensation, you know. When this is, for instance, gender mainstreaming. When everybody is responsible, nobody's responsible. So, you know, this is just lessons learned. Make sure that you have persons, focal points, who will respond when they get invitations and requests and so on. Government authorization, if you send a note verbal via the foreign ministry, that is a government authorization. You don't need to attach a parliamentary decision or whatnot. Yeah? That's sufficient. Rwanda, Madam Ombudsman. So GRACE, I actually, funnily enough, I have a whole little suitcase over there with publications. I will put them up here during our coffee break, and people are welcome to serve themselves. There is a special pamphlet on GRACE with contact details and so on and so forth. And for GLOBI, anti-corruption bodies versus law enforcement agencies, I would say any anti-corruption agency that has an investigative mandate should feel welcome to join. Law enforcement is in the sense of Article 36 of the Convention, which means anybody who has a specialized mandate to investigate corruption. So it's wider than the stricter sense of law enforcement as in national or federal police and so on. Because it depends on, of course, the anti-corruption bodies, what type of mandate you have. But some anti-corruption bodies have a purely preventive mandate, and that would not be a network for them. This is really operational. So if you have an operational mandate for your anti-corruption bodies, depending on what your national setup is, this would be really where you would come into play. Because it's all about anti-corruption, transnational anti-corruption investigations, and making sure that, you know, in an informal way, we can exchange information securely to catch the bad guys. Let's put it that way. I hope that answered the questions. Are there any more?
Silence means no, and at this point, I think I'll just sum up what has come out during the presentation. I think we have been exposed to the UNODC new regional approach to anti-corruption, and this presents us as anti-corruption agencies with another opportunity to access not only funds, but also technical support and a repository of knowledge in terms of publications that are there. But I think now we are more aware of the ongoing initiatives, not only Globe E, but also Grace, which is very relevant to some of us where the youth population is massive and youth outreach is of interest. But Madam Jennifer is also an expert in anti-corruption as related to gender issues. So I think there are also opportunities there, public procurement, and I think it's up to us to see how we can take advantage of this opportunity. And UNODC now having a regional office for Africa and improve on our own initiatives in preventing and fighting corruption. Madam Jennifer, thank you very much for sharing with us this new initiative, and we look forward to working with you. At this point, let me call upon all of us to raise hands for the presentation. And may I return the mic to Dr. Roger. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, so much for steering this affairs. In fact, I'll give an award because both the presenter and the chairperson managed to stay within time, at least. So we thank you for that. I want the chairpersons to be mindful of the time so that we can have all the presentations. Thank you so much. I think what we're going to do next will be to have a break. Let's have a break for about 15 minutes so that those who didn't have breakfast can go and have something. And then we come back. When we come back, we're going to have Mr. Fink's, Dr. Fink's presentation, and to be chaired by Eswatini. So you get ready for that presentation. So for now, we can have a quick 15 minutes break, grab some tea, coffee, or whatever you can, and let's come back to continue. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm going to invite the chair for the session, with Eswatini. Can you step forward to assume your chairmanship? And Dr. Hardy Finks, please also step forward to the, I don't know whether that place is a high table or high whatever. So we're going to start. Again, in terms of the timing, it's important for me. You allow doctor to speak for 30 minutes, and then we can do some 10, 15 minutes
maximum question and answers. Please, I've noticed that some of the question and answers, some take too long when they are making their comment. Make it KIS, case concept. You know what it means? It's not the one that you go and kiss somebody, no. Keep it simple and short. KISS. Your comments and your questions, keep it simple and short so that we don't make time, so that we can make more time for the others to speak if they are more. So with that, I'll hand over to the chair of this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I am Mapevu Mkachwa from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a Deputy Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission. As operations, Deputy Commissioner Operations. I'll be leading the discussions for this morning on how to achieve success in terms of the strategic planning of the anti-corruption agencies. No. When I was looking at the topic for this morning, I found it very important in terms of almost all that the agencies intends to do after this meeting evolves around this topic, because the importance of, if one fails to plan, is failing to plan. So Dr. Hedifing will be leading the presentation, and is a German national them, and he's got some vast experience in areas of good governance, compliance, and anti-corruptions. He's got a PhD in intercultural studies, as well as 2 master's degrees from economics and also in intercultural studies. And he has been dealing with issues of corruption throughout his academic and professional career within different positions. And he was doing this in public and private sectors. At this juncture, may I ask Dr. Fing to lead us in this discussion. Thank you.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. From my side, I cannot thank you enough. I'm so happy and honored to be here, to be addressing you this morning. And I would like to thank Dr. Quaranteng for having me. And as was presented, I will be talking about how to achieve success for anti-corruption agencies. To get everybody's attention, I thought I'd start with some bad news. First bad news is the slide is very small. I don't think you'll be able to read it. But in 2015, DFID in UK, they did a study to try to understand what anti-corruption interventions work. And on this chart where they plotted out all the different interventions, the bottom axis is the size of the evidence they found from left to right, going from small evidence to medium to large. And upwards is the impact of the intervention. And you can see that anti-corruption agencies as an anti-corruption intervention did not fare very, very well. They were considered as ineffective, and there was only medium size evidence. So that's the bad news. The good news, to follow up to make everybody feel okay again, I think is the solution is not very, very difficult. I think we can do approaches to actively work towards achieving success. And it's only my second day in Rwanda, and I've already learned so much. I've learned that anything is possible. Before I came here, I thought stomping out one-way plastic bags was impossible, but you've achieved it. I think I used to think that zero plastic is more difficult than zero corruption. And secondly, I've learned that if I don't make it in anti-corruption, I think there's a career waiting for me in inter dancing. In fact, I had my first audition with the National Rwandan Ballet yesterday, and it went very well. So anything is possible. I have also good news for Dr. Roger. I will be very quick. I hope I can help save us time, because many of the topics that I will be talking about have already been addressed. And the discussion this morning, I have two things that I would like to talk about. First, I would like to spend a few minutes on talking about what it is, what is success for an anti-corruption agency, and then my ideas about how we can work towards achieving this. In case some of the font is not readable, you will get this presentation from me if you contact me, and also there's a publication forthcoming with all these ideas. Now, why is it challenging for anti-corruption agencies to be successful? First of all, we all know this fighting corruption is a difficult task. Sometimes I feel like it's a little bit like dancing in the dark. It's difficult to measure. We don't have data. We don't really have very good concepts, so it's hard to measure how much corruption is there, how much anti-corruption, transparency, integrity is there, and it's difficult to establish causality. So we don't know how much there is of corruption. We don't know have the things that we have done, have they worked? And of course, as you also all know, curbing corruption comes with problems because the perpetrators resist reform. At the same time, as I just said, anti-corruption agencies are often perceived as unsuccessful, and that's a little bit of a surprise. On a global scale, they are a new institutional response. About 30 years ago, there was only a handful of these agencies, and in 2020, there was a survey done. There's 171 of these agencies in 114 countries. So it's a global institutional response. However, there's very little systematic research and data available on what makes anti-corruption agencies successful. And if we look at them, their performance, many times they go through a typical life cycle of great enthusiasm and expectations when they are set up, and later on it's followed up by disappointment if they fail to meet these expectations. I believe that anti-corruption agencies, we all should try to actively pursue success, to work towards that as a separate task in addition to fighting corruption, our core task. What does that mean? Oh, what does it mean for an agency to be successful? Our agencies are faced with a challenge that they must prove their value. The usefulness of having such an agency is not self-evident, and as I said, it's not really substantiated by research or data. Like in Germany, we don't have an anti-corruption agency and everything is okay. So, and secondly, there are no performance indicators that are directly linked to our nature of anti-corruption agency work. Like if you're a Ministry of Health, it's clear, the status of health, the service delivery, there are clear indicators of how well the health system in a country is faring. We don't have these kind of natural performance indicators for anti-corruption agencies. So what does success mean? From my perception, from my point of view, I think it's vertical accountability. We need to prove up and down the value of having us as an agency. So we need to show to higher authorities, government, that the agency is spending its resources well and that we're achieving our mandate. And downwards accountability to the general public, we must prove that our work is improving the lives of people and the welfare of the country. So that's what I consider as success. To make the challenge a little more difficult, even I believe there are elements of success outside the sphere of influence of our agencies, and many of them have been mentioned, so I'll just go through them quickly. The institutional setup, it must be commensurate with objectives. If we bite off more than we can chew, we set ourselves up for failure. I'll give an example of that later. So we must have the mandate, we must have the support, the political will. We must have the power to coordinate other ministries if we're responsible for a national anti-corruption strategy, for example. We must have the resources, financial and human resources. We must have independence, operational independence, to be able to be successful. And those are things that are difficult to influence by the anti-corruption agencies. Those are outside factors. And we have the country context, which greatly impacts our chances of success. An anti-corruption agency cannot make up for a dysfunctional judiciary system or lack of strong investigations done by the police, for example. They have to cooperate. They cannot make up for a lack of political will. Perceptions matter. So our success as agencies are always very strongly impacted by perceptions, and they are very difficult to influence. So just to drive home the point, the vertical accountability is where I see the success of an agency. Now, how can we actively work towards achieving this? I would like to suggest a 4-step approach to doing this. And I have 4 questions that I believe every agency should be able to have a good answer to in order to have a systematic approach towards being successful. The first one is the strategy. The objectives must be clear, explicit, and attainable. So we must have a good answer for the questions, what are we trying to achieve? Second one is the implementation, the path to success. How are we going to get to where we want to be? It must be defined, it must be realistic, and it must be appropriate. So in blunt terms, how are we going to achieve it? We must have a good answer for that. The third one is we need data. We need to make sure that our activities produce results and evidence. So the question here is, are our programs, activities, implemented as planned? Are we doing what we set out to do? And do they yield the intended results? Right? So we must have data. We must be able to show that. And the fourth question is communication. Improvements must be visible and they must be attributed to our work. So the question that we need an answer to here is, are relevant stakeholders, higher authorities and the general public as main stakeholders I consider, aware of improvements, of things that we have done to make things better, and do they attribute them to our work? Do they consider them a result of our activities? So I think these are 4 very simple questions, but in my experience of working with agencies, it's not most agencies don't have a very clear answer for these questions, and I'd be very interested in hearing from you. Corruption is tit for tat, so I tell you something, and I hope to learn from you. I would like to know how you are dealing with these, if you have answers for these. Some more detail. The first one, I said the objectives are clear, explicit, and attainable. So that's the question, what are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to do here? We're not just doing good stuff. We're not just training public officials because it sounds good, and we're not just we should have a code of conduct because everybody has one. We should have a clear idea of what we're trying to achieve through our work. In the national context, in many countries, and I believe in most of your countries, there's a hierarchy of of documents that will define national goals. There's something like a national development strategy, then there may be a national anti-corruption strategy or an implementation plan to the strategy. Then there is maybe an anti-corruption agency has its own strategy or a multi-year plan. And then at the end, there is the operational level, what the agency is actually doing. So the planning of this should go from top to bottom. Obviously, what we are doing, the operational level, should feed into goals on a higher level. Now, the challenge that I see here is in the countries that I've had the pleasure to study, there are different bodies at different levels who make up these documents. So they have different interests, they have different understanding of what they would like to achieve. At higher authorities, often they lack a clear understanding of what corruption involves and what the fight against corruption involves. So they might come up with unrealistic goals, unsuitable indicators. One example was a country that had a purely preventive agency, and they decided that they want to be top 10 in the CPI in the next 10 years. So that, if you have that in your national development strategy, then you are basically set up for failure. So what I think we should do here is go through the levels, study them, and make sure that it's a hierarchy that is designed from the top, and that the work that we do from the bottom feeds into the higher goals. And what we see as a problem many times that the working level, there's a disconnect between the vision, the national strategy, and what the agency is actually doing. They could not tell why they are doing these things to achieve the strategy. So the tool, I have these blue boxes where I think, where I have a toolbox of things that can be used here. So this is developing a strategy that can be helpful. It's a UNODC publication. I have the example of Thailand. I would like to skip that because we already heard this morning the example of Rwanda with the vision and the plan for 2063. So I would like to skip Thailand. I think you all know what I mean by this hierarchy of documents. So the second part is the implementation, the path to success. How are we going to achieve what we want to achieve is the question here. And I said there are three things that I see here. It must be defined. So we must be clear that the programs and action plans that we are doing are in line with objectives. As I said, they are not just we're doing good stuff. We're doing things that anti-corruption agencies do. We're doing something that leads to our goal. They must be realistic. The capacity and resources, we must have the capacity and resources to do them. And we must have the power and the support if we want to coordinate the implementation of a national anti-corruption strategy, but we don't have the power to coerce other ministries. It will be difficult. And they must be appropriate, so they must be based on a program logic, a theory of change, or some narrative that explains why the things we are doing are leading to other good things that will help us achieve this. This is a key point here, to have this narrative, to have a reason why we're doing the things. They must be prioritized and sequenced. Dr. Edward was talking about that yesterday already, so I won't repeat it. I'm happy to go into any details in the discussion then. And we should use suitable tools that have proven as successful. So if we look at the tools, I think there's strategy and planning tools that can help us align objectives. There's capacity assessment to check is our plan realistic. To understand the power and support of the agency, we can do stakeholder analysis or political economy analysis. If it's appropriate, it's a theory of change, and I think this is one of the things that is least done in anti-corruption agencies. Monitoring evaluation is a big blind spot. I don't really know why, but maybe we can discuss that. Prioritizing and sequencing, risk assessments are a typical tool here. And then, of course, we have the good practice resources. We have the repository. At UNODC, we have many good ideas that we can use. So the challenge here I see is it requires resources to do that, and they're non-project related. Right? So we need to really sit down and think this through. It requires constant effort, It's not a once-a-year activity when we compile our annual report. We need to think this through before engaging in projects. We need to know the direction that we're running to before we start running. And we need to know where we want to run to. This is something that I feel some agencies are reluctant to do. In my experience working with one agency, I gave them this whole speech or a similar one, and then they say, no, we'll worry about that later. We're busy doing projects at the moment. So I think that's why many times this is not done enough. The third part, data. There's been a lot about talk about indicators, and I very much welcome that. I think getting rid of these international indicators is really the first thing you should do. The CPI is not helpful evaluating an agency. And I'd be happy to talk about indicators more if there's interest. But what we need as agencies, we need to have data that shows that our activities produce results and evidence. So there are two things that I mentioned. Projects must be realized as planned. So the inputs that we use, the resources, must yield the outputs, the deliverables. And the second part of that, the projects yield the intended results. So that means the activities achieve the goal. In the lingo of the theory of change, we're achieving the impact that we're setting out to achieve. The tools here are monitoring and evaluation. And I have an extra slide for this because I really think, and just to say, international indicators do not suit these purposes. I'd be happy to discuss that, but we need local indicators, and I commend Rwanda for doing that, and I understand that UNODC is supporting several of you. You need your own data. And I'll leave it at that, but happy to discuss more. The problem is this requires resources. It's not an easy thing to do. Measuring corruption is very difficult. So it's difficult to do. It requires a lot of work. You need to do a baseline, right? So you need to know where you stand before you start working. So you got to do that at the beginning, not at the end. You got to do it repeatedly, because if you just do it once, then you still won't know whether what you're doing is actually working. So it requires skills, and it requires effort over a period of time, or consistently, really, ideally. But then we can do monitoring and evaluation if we have this data, right? So just to be sure that we're on the same page here, the difference between monitoring and evaluation, you can see I have monitoring in the first column and evaluation in the second column. Is this readable in the back? I hope if I don't hear any objections, I assume you're able to read it. So I have the timing, right? Monitoring is an ongoing activity. You do that all the time, and you examine your own data constantly, whereas evaluation is you do that after the project finishes, or as Jennifer was saying in her example, you do a midterm evaluation. So it's a one-time or two-time activity. The objective of monitoring is to understand, is the program on track? Are we doing what we plan to do? And if not, we need to change it. We want to do that now while the project is ongoing. Whereas evaluation is afterwards. We want to know, did we achieve our goal? We want to produce evidence to provide evidence to prove that our measures were successful or a failure, and we want to learn from it. And how does it help us for our agency performance? The monitoring is the implementation. We can make sure that our projects are on time, they're on budget, and they're going according to plan, whereas the evaluation is for producing accountability, that we are achieving the mandate, that we gain public support, and it also helps us to learn what we should do more of or less of or differently next time. So that's the difference between monitoring and evaluation. I think they are the key piece for self-achieved success, rather than taking, as an agency, taking the driver's seat, having this data and say, look, we're doing good things. They lead to our goals. We don't need the CPI. We'll watch it, but we don't condone it. We don't say we went up in the CPI, hooray, we did a good job. Next year we'll go down. Oh, we'll do better. We can disassociate ourselves from these international indicators because we have our own evidence. It's costly, time and money, but from my perspective, you need it. We need it dearly. Last part, the communication. The question is that I said is, are people aware that we did something good? and do they that good things happen, that we achieved success, and do they attribute this to our work? So we need the data to demonstrate this evidence, to show that we spent the funds wisely according to plan. That's our monitoring, and that we effectively achieved our objectives. That's the evaluation data. Now, publicity, as an expert said, is one of the bases of survival, and I think it's also something that many of us can do better on. Just a few points. Downward accountability also requires effort. It requires a proactive outreach to the community. We must provide information to tell our own success story. We must make it understandable. We must have the people and other stakeholders on board, the private sector, civil society. We must engage them, and hopefully we can create a brand to be seen as an institution that is worth funding and that improves people's lives. So those are the 4 parts of what I think this this roadmap is made out of. Those are the questions in summary. I would like to now end with the part where I talk about myself. The Partnership for Transparency organization that I'm working with was founded in 2000. It's a US-based volunteer-driven agency. We have over 100 development experts. Most of them are former World Bank staff. I'm not a former World Bank staff, so I'm not a typical representative. We have a global network of affiliates in Africa, India, Asia, and Europe. I'm with the European affiliate, and in India, sorry. We work on, oh, sorry, I forgot the clicking. Citizen-led approaches to improve governance, the rule of law, and corruption. We cooperate with civil society organizations around the world to improve the design and execution of anti-corruption projects. And we've done 162 projects. We've worked with 162 civil society partners in 54 countries, more than 250 projects, also in many of your countries. Now, being from civil society and working with civil society begs the questions how we can support US anti-corruption agencies. We have, we're working with the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, who are here, some of them I don't see, Anna Mogolodi. We work with them. We have a memorandum of understanding, and we conduct, so I'm hoping that my intervention can gather your support and interest in this. We're going to invite agencies from Commonwealth Africa to do exactly what I said, to go through this program and see where they stand as an agency. So I hope that many of you will participate, and hopefully also that you as heads of these agencies support this approach. We are most interested in conducting future projects around capacity building. As I said, we have a lot of experience and expertise, especially civil society, stakeholder engagement, monitoring and evaluation, indicators. If you would like to talk about them, we can spend a lot of time talking about indicators and this strategic program. And we are most interested also engaging with agencies on the country level through in-country workshops on topics that could be of mutual interest in the fight against corruption, because I think civil society and anti-corruption agencies working together is an important topic. As partner for anti-corruption agencies, we are not profit-driven, so we're not consultants, and we don't have an own agenda. We're not donors, so we are here for the fight against corruption. If you would like to work with us, I would be most happy to engage with you. And that's why I'm here, in fact. With that, I would like to just say thank you. I haven't prepared it in all the different languages, but thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the discussion and to hearing from you. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Fink for the wonderful presentation in terms of strategic planning for our anti-corruption agencies, because strategic planning is very key for almost every entity, because if you plan well, you are able to direct your resources to where you've got strengths for the organization. At this time, we can welcome contributions, comments, questions from the floor. Thank you. Yeah, that's done.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fink. Dr. Rogers, if there is nobody to ask the PTF for their support, Nigeria will and EFCC will. Because you are new to us, I'm not sure we have had engagement with you. Would like to have engagement with you. Your presentation, covers a lot about strategic development and what the anti-corruption agencies really need to do. To improve their processes. In Nigeria, the anti-corruption agencies, both the EFCC and the ICPC, are heavily weighted with a lot of what to do, for systems reform. And that is part of the reason why I said I must make these comments and then officially and formally ask for your own support. Because in Nigeria, nothing so far can be enough, and nothing has been enough for the anti-corruption agencies. The funding, is not enough. The capacity to tackle the over 200 million people, the psyche of the working environment and the expectations of the people is never enough. Institutional development, which I commend the ICPC on a certain level because of the engagement with government, MDAs, and all of that, is never enough. And if you look at the issue of advance fee frauds and money laundering and other financial crimes which the EFCC is doing, you find out that the funding can hardly ever be enough, especially in view of the fact that just like you, we are non-profit. You don't have an agenda, but we do have an agenda. Our own agenda is to have a society that is free of corruption, or corruption is minimized as much as possible. So while we look forward for improvements in our systems, especially the clogging of the judicial systems in our places where matters last like forever, evidence are lost, assets depreciate, and all of that. We look forward to an organization such as yours to come rapidly to the aid of Nigeria for the improvements of our systems, and we open our doors to welcome you. And please, when you come with an agenda to help Nigeria improve on the corruption situation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. I think at the back then.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fink, for a wonderful presentation. I think I will talk about the Tanzanian experience, where of recent years we have seen an increase of interest in civil society organizations and non-government organizations in engaging themselves in anti-corruption. And because the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Bureau has the mandate, they usually come to us in terms of seeking areas of focus and for validation of their programs. And having seen in your presentation that you have worked more with non-government organizations and civil societies than with anti-corruption agencies, I think for us this presents an opportunity where we can expose our civil society organizations to your organization, where they can actually find resources and technical capacity building, because our interest has always been how can we engage civil society in the fight against corruption. And we are limited in terms of resources to be able to full support them. We can give them direction, but we see your organization as somewhere where we can they can contact and basically get funding for their programs and capacity building. So I again, like my previous colleague from Nigeria, for us as Tanzania, we see this as an opportunity where we can engage with your organization to enhance our capabilities to fight corruption in the country. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it was a good presentation. But going by my big brother from Nigeria, I think you need to domesticate some of these issues. There is an ideal situation of how to make an anti-corruption body being effective, and there's the Morgenthau theory where the realism comes in. Some of the challenges that an organization like mine faces in the fight against corruption, not on the aspect of prevention but enforcement, when we take cases to court, there is the issue of funding, where you'll always not get enough funding from the government, not because of any malicious intent, but because of the scarcity of money. There are other challenges like political repercussions. For instance, like now in Kenya, in the next 3 months, we are having a presidential election. When you get a prominent person who is aligned to the other side, the other group says you have been compromised by these people to cause havoc to our candidate. If you go and arrest a guy who is on the government side, some people will sneak and say, look, the guy has been bought by the other guy. So literally, you slow down, not because you fear. There is the third aspect of it. Some of those guys will be very happy to be charged because automatically it gives them a political mileage and sympathy. He doesn't have to spend money for campaign. You have campaigned for him by making him having sympathy from the public. So all those kind of dynamics. We have issue of, somebody talked about, the professor yesterday, he talked about cases taking too long. We have a case in Kenya, a corruption case. It started when I was a bachelor. I got married, I'm now a grandfather. That case is still in court. It started in 1992. All the guys, I think they are dead, less one person. And now he's a born-again Christian, he's preaching all over. Even people now are having sympathy with him that he's a reformed guy, but the case is still in court. You have cases in whereby you find it is dragging in court, and I go back to the professor, and the witnesses are disappearing. Not because they have been eliminated, they have been bought. And there's a clause in law that you cannot force somebody to become a witness. So they are bought. When you go to court, the witnesses are not there. These are very common things in African countries. I I know for a European, it will be like a circus. It doesn't make sense at all, but it is there, it is practical. You find that officers in the federal government, when you have arrested the staff and charged them, maybe people in the supply chain, you find within 1 week or within 2 months before the case commences, you find the office of the supply chain caught fire, and the office of finance also caught fire. But in between, there's an office of education, it did not catch fire. So you wonder how remote is this fire that it can jump from one building, one office to the other, and you can just tell it is sabotage. So there are quite a number of challenges that, as much as we have the issue of strategy, the involvement of this other part of groups and whatever, there are a lot of hidden practical challenges that anti-corruption bodies in Africa faces that are very, very unique, and they don't have a silver bullet solution. Thank you.
Sorry, I think thank you for the inputs, but please let's maintain the keys from the doctor.
Thank you for your good presentation. And in the course of your presentation, you mentioned somewhere that it's difficult to establish causes of corruption. And this raised a concern to me if it might also be possible or it might be difficult somewhere to establish strategies. If we don't have appropriate causes, then we might have appropriate strategies to the causes. Then I wish you to clear the doubt I'm having on strategies. And some agencies, anti-corruption agencies, if they are not able to have those causes, the causalities of corruption, if they might fall in this trap of putting in place a long strategy. Thank you.
At this time, I think we can give the presenter to comment on the questions from the floor. Thank you.
Is it working? No. Maybe I'll start backwards with the question from the colleague from Rwanda first. What I meant, I apologize because I was trying to be fast, so I tried to pack everything into a few slides. But what I meant to say was it's difficult to establish causality between anti-corruption activities and the level of corruption, right? So, which goes in the same vein as what you are saying. It's we just don't have a very good understanding. Are the things that we're doing actually working? If we train public servants in integrity, is it lowering levels of corruption? Because we don't really know how high the level of corruption was before. Now we did something, and it's very difficult to establish the causality between anti-corruption and corruption. Now, that said, what you're saying is right. I think understanding the causes of corruption is, of course, the key to coming up with a good strategy and with good measures. And some of the tools, tools that I have mentioned in those blue boxes in my presentation are for that, to understand the causes, to conduct a risk assessment. For example, to say, okay, well, we will start where we have the biggest problems. I did have another slide of sequencing, but maybe for time reasons, maybe we can discuss afterwards. I'd be happy to discuss this more about how to work on understanding what we're dealing with first, and then coming up with a good strategy. So maybe we'll talk about that later, hopefully. Then making my way backwards to what colleague from Kenya was saying. I do understand the challenges. I don't think they are unique to Africa. I think we face similar challenges everywhere.
I mean, I like the selective fires that, I don't know, maybe they are prioritizing certain offices that tend to burn first. I do understand, and I did have in my presentation one point where I said there are things that, elements of success, challenges that an anti-corruption agency cannot influence. It's outside the sphere of influence, so we must have a good a suitable mandate, resources. I said that all very quickly, but so I understand, fully understand that without these basic requirements, everything is very difficult. But even more so, I believe that what we should do as agencies is actively pursue to provide evidence that we are doing good things, that we are worth the money that is being spent on us. So what I'm suggesting is an approach that helps us as agencies to have a narrative and have evidence that shows that we are producing good results to both higher authorities and to the general public. So I understand the challenges, and I still think it's worth an active pursuit of I was going to say happiness, but of success. Then to a colleague from Tanzania, I'd be most happy because in addition to working with agencies directly, I think this is what I meant by country workshops. For us as an international civil society organization, we are most interested in working with you directly, but also in working with you as a facilitator to connect you with civil society, to see how to engage with stakeholders, and also to get access to the country networks of stakeholders, of civil society organizations and other stakeholders, to train them, to capacitate them, to conduct projects with them. So this is most welcome. I very much look forward to engaging with you. And then to a colleague from Nigeria, I can only say yes, I'm very happy to hear from you. I would be most honored to be engaging with you. We do have an agenda. I should have said we don't have a political agenda. We have the same agenda. We want to fight corruption and promote good governance. So we will come with that agenda. So I look forward to continuing the discussion and hopefully engaging with you.
A round of applause, please, for our presenter.
Thank you so much. Eswatini. Is it the kingdom in the skies or in heaven? You have a slogan like that, a kingdom is somewhere. I don't know whether it's in the skies or... Rwanda one is a land of 1,000 hills. Chief Ombudsman, is it 1,000? Ah, so every African country has something like that. I quite remember in the Commonwealth Secretariat we have African Day. So I researched to know how the tagline or slogans they use for every African country, and it was interesting. Yeah, so we should be able to give those accolades. So we're going to move straight on. And of course, I have to thank Dr. Hadi as well for that presentation. In fact, his association, his organization, Transparency for Partnership, we have been using them at the Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Center, and they've been doing a great work. They provide resource persons and capacity building. So, Dr. Franks, thank you so much for coming. Of course, the international organization, our partners, the UNODC, when I started the center, UNODC was with me, and I think UNDP. They were the first to support us, and they have supported us over the years. I hope they will come back again. Yes. So thank you also for that. We've worked also with the World Bank. They're also one of the original partners we have. So this international organization have been supporting us. Transparency International, yes. I quite remember Transparency International meeting that we had, the fourth meeting we had in Ghana, and Mr. Paulus Noah was there about this PCR, the perception index, corruption perception index. and the African heads at the time, heads of anti-corruption agency at the time, really fought the team, because fortunately they brought the real people behind that perception index, those who do it. So it was a face-to-face confrontation. So they have to explain their side, how they do their measurement and everything, and why they don't include government views in that measurement. And then the heads, like how Professor Baloji was very eloquent about it, the heads led by Paulus Noah was really, they really give it to the team. And I was in the middle, I was very uncomfortable, but I was enjoying it anyway. So it has always been very interesting discussion anytime you bring in or you touch on perception index. But let me tell you, those who are rated high enjoys it, and those who are rated low don't. So that is it has some political dimensions as well, you know. When you are rated low, your country goes after you, everybody goes after you that you are not performing, you know. So it's a very emotive thing. But that is what we have to live with. Without much ado, I'll have one August visitor in the house who joined us, and I want him to get up and introduce himself because he missed the introduction we had earlier on. So it's Advocate Motivi. If you are here, please, you may want to introduce yourself, because apart from you being the head, you also carry another hat that we want to know. If you don't have the mic, then you can come here and then we see you. Otherwise, they should give you the mic over there. Whilst we're doing that, I want to call upon Malawi, who is going to chair these country presentations, Mauritius, Uganda, and Mozambique. Please, all of you come to the front. Advocate, please.
Thank you, Dr. Koranteng. Colleagues, it's Andy Mutibi. I'm the head of the Special Investigating Unit in South Africa. I joined just shortly after the tea break, and I send an apology for joining this late, but my colleagues, our Chief Risk Officer and our Senior Manager responsible for governance have been here since the start of the conference. I'm really happy to join this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And what about, your introduction was not complete. Apart from being the head of Special Investigation Unit, you are also vice something.
Yes. Thank you for that, Dr. Koranteng. And I'll speak more about that tomorrow. In last year, December, 2021 December, we were appointed as a vice chair of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. The presidency is Hong Kong, and we'll speak more about that tomorrow, because I think there's opportunity for all of us to make a difference in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. This, Talib, have I asked you to speak? Anyway, is Malawi in place? Yes, okay. So again, just in terms of the timing, I want to say you have 20 minutes for each of them. You have to keep to the time so that we can make progress. And after that, there will be some 10 or so minutes for questions and answers. So without much ado, I will hand over the podium to you, Malawi, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Or you can even use your own there if you want to. You have options of sitting there or coming down here. It's up to you.
Dr. Koranteng, the Ombudsman of Rwanda, our host, and colleagues from the SCAs in the Commonwealth. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this session. It's one of the most important sessions for the day. When we hear reports from different countries, we learn from each other. But let me just encourage you to desist from, some systems have known they are thinking the snack we took is lunch and they've started dozing. You know, you don't doze after a snack. So let's keep awake to hear our distinguished presenters. The first one will be Mauritius, and he's Mr. Dinesh Guresh. He is a seasoned lawyer. He's been to the bar for 5 years, and it will be in the University of Manchester, and his master's in University of King's University in London. He is the legal advisor for Independent Anti-Corruption Commission of Mauritius, Mr. Guresh.
Dr. Roger Koranteng, Head of Public Sector Governance of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Madam the Ombudsperson of the Republic of Rwanda, heads of delegations and representatives of different institutions present today. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I will begin by tendering the apologies of Dr. Navin Bikari, the Director General of the PIAC Mauritius, who has been taken up in another event overseas during the first part of this week. But the good news is that he will be among us tomorrow, as from tomorrow. As part of the country paper, which we have submitted on an innovative project in the fight against corruption, we have chosen to speak about corruption risk management in public sector. I will begin by providing a brief overview of PIAC Mauritius. So we have been set up pursuant to Section 19 of the Prevention of Corruption Act of 2002. And our mandate includes, but is not limited to, the investigation and prosecution of corruption and money laundering offenses. And we are also involved in spearheading the fight against national corruption. And in so doing, we have adopted a three-pronged approach, namely investigation, prevention, and education. And as part of our corruption prevention mandate, we have chosen to exercise vigilance and superintendence on integrity systems. And our anti-corruption strategies have evolved from engagement to empowerment over the years. In this respect, the PIAC has been laying much emphasis on a risk-based approach in the prevention of corruption. And one of the innovative projects which we have undertaken, which we have initiated rather, in the field of corruption prevention has been the conduct of what we have termed as corruption risk management in the public sector. And we have initiated the CRM project through a program called the Public Sector Anti-Corruption Framework, which is commonly referred to as the PSACF. What this framework does, basically, it provides the foundation for, first of all, developing, secondly, implementing, and thirdly, sustaining anti-corruption initiatives in public organizations, and contains necessary policies, systems, and plans to combat corrupt practices. The main objectives of the project are as follows. First of all, enhancing the governance framework of the different functions. Secondly, taking up ownership in building corruption resistance in respective organizations. Thirdly, undertaking CRM, corruption risk management, to improve on existing measures and implement and monitor anti-corruption strategies and measures. And finally, promoting a culture of integrity, which is a theme which we have heard from many speakers since yesterday. The corruption risk management framework advocates the setting up of an anti-corruption committee. Secondly, the development of anti-corruption policy or policies. And thirdly, the conduct of corruption risk management in public bodies. It is an integral part of the framework and is a process which involves corruption risk management and the implementation of appropriate anti-corruption measures to address identified risks in corruption-prone areas such as procurement, human resources management, and financial management, amongst others. What is then the Anti-Corruption Committee? The Anti-Corruption Committee is set up at the level of each public body, and it is responsible to, first of all, implement the corruption risk management framework, and secondly, and very importantly, to conduct corruption risk assessment in corruption-prone areas such as procurement. The Anti-Corruption Committee is chaired by a senior public officer. For example, in a ministry, it will be chaired by the permanent secretary or by the senior chief executive, depending on the ministry. And to ensure that the committee works effectively and in order to provide support, an officer of the ICAC also sits on the Anti-Corruption Committee. In terms of success story, over the years, the public sector anti-corruption framework has gained popularity, and it began by us obtaining the support of the Ministry of Public Service, Administrative and Institutional Reforms. And subsequently, a request has been made to Cabinet in order to extend its implementation to all ministries and government departments. This was approved by government, and there was the setting up of key performance indicators in the first instance for ministries, and then later on government departments were encouraged to conduct at least 2 corruption risk assessments per year, and subsequently this project was extended together with the KPIs to parastatal bodies, state-owned enterprises, and local authorities in Mauritius. The implementation and monitoring has been entrusted jointly to the 2 ministries and ICAC, to the relevant ministries and the ICAC, and as at date, around 150 public bodies have integrated corruption risk assessments in their respective organizations. However, similar to many projects, this project also faced some challenges in the initial years of its implementation. And the main challenges which we at ICAC have identified in relation to the CRM project are, first of all, commitment of top management officials, secondly, issues relating to resources, and thirdly, expertise and technical know-how for corruption risk management. We have seen a lack of commitment in relation to the first challenge set out on the slide. We have seen a lack of commitment from top management officials within the relevant ministry or parastatal body, which acted as an obstacle in the proper implementation of the project initially. The second challenge relating to resources was mainly to do with the fact that sometimes we provide training to staff of the public body, and those particular employees, they end up being transferred to other departments or other ministries. And this was coupled with adequate staffing in some ministries, which again acted as a challenge to the implementation of the project. And thirdly, there was limited expertise and technical know-how in relation to corruption prevention at the earlier stages of the implementation of the project, which we tried to tackle at the ICAC by providing materials and by conducting capacity building programs to the relevant ministries and parastatal bodies. Moving on to the next element which we have set out in our country paper, namely the results of the innovation. We have obtained international recognition in relation to the corruption risk management project, and we have been awarded the United Nations Public Sector Awards by the UN Public Service Award Program for the African region under the category Preventing and Combating Corruption in Public Service. However, other than the award, we have noticed that one of the success criterion is that public bodies have been allowed to take ownership in relation to combating corruption, and this has been mainly made possible through the setting up of the anti-corruption committee within each ministry or parastatal body. And we have also seen, while at the initial stages we saw a lack of top management commitment, we have seen over the years greater support of senior public officials of each department in supporting the system and improving the system within public service. And as a result of the implementation of this system, one example which I can give is we have seen, for example, public officers coming forward and informing the ICAC or the police about instances where people have tried to offer them bribe in their conduct of their duties. This is one of the results which we believe can be attributed to the corruption risk management program. In terms of reflections and lessons learned, anti-corruption culture is being integrated in the fabrics of organizations, and public bodies are adopting a proactive approach in the fight against corruption nationally in Mauritius. The CRM project has enabled management of public bodies to take ownership for corruption prevention, and the Corruption Risk Management Initiative has led to the establishment of a permanent structure within ministries to deal with corruption prevention and other ethical issues. Public bodies have been allowed to develop and disseminate their anti-corruption policy to demonstrate their firm commitment towards a zero-tolerance stance towards corruption. The lessons learned are as follows. First of all, we have found that total involvement of the implementing organization is a prerequisite and a very essential criterion. Management commitment is indeed crucial to drive the initiative forward and to improve the initiative with experience. It is also crucial for anti-corruption agencies to set the tone and to create a drive to urge public bodies to adopt a risk-based approach in the fight against corruption nationally. And what we have also learned is that close collaboration with government is very important in order to foster a culture of integrity across public service. In terms of the key success factors, we believe that political will is very important. And here I agree with the stand of the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, who also emphasized on the element of political will in her opening speech yesterday. Secondly, management committee is also very crucial. Senior public officials within ministries and other departments have to have a key hand in allowing us to combat corruption and reporting instances of corruption. And Another very important criterion will be capacity building of public officers in corruption prevention, which we do at the level of the PIAC, and which is a very essential part in the fight against corruption. This brings me to the end of the country presentation on behalf of Mauritius. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mauritius. They've done so well on time. Another round of applause, please. Now, the next one, we'll hear the report from Mozambique. From Mozambique, we have Mr. Eduardo Sumana. He is the public prosecutor for the Anti-Corruption Commission in Mozambique. He is a well-accomplished lawyer, and he will give us the report. Thank you.
Morning, distinguished delegates, honorable colleagues. First of all, let me start my presentation congratulating the Republic of Rwanda for hosting this important event of this beautiful country, for the warm welcome and hospitality. Our congratulations also to the Commonwealth Secretariat for keeping this community alive and united over these 11 years. I'm here, as the chair said, representing the director of the Central Office of Combating Corruption in Mozambique, Madame Ana Maria Gem. Distinguished colleagues, although we are a Portuguese-speaking country, we integrated in great community family for 27 years. That's why we are part of this important forum of anti-corruption agencies. So, with Portuguese as our day-to-day, our daily language, please forgive us for any mistakes in English language in this presentation. Distinguished colleagues, the fight of corruption I would say that the fight of corruption is one of the strategic priorities of Mozambican in its society, in its context of the culture of transparency, integrity, and good governance. So this is how the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Mozambique, an entity specialized in preventing and combating corruption, embezzlement, concussion, illicit enrichment, fraud, and other related criminal offense, proposed to carry out this intervention. Thus, followed the Commonwealth Secretariat invitation to participate in this event, in this important event. We like to share a successful practice and measures we have been implementing to prevent and combat corruption. We refer to the sanctions resulting from failure to comply with the obligation to declare assets by public servants. The new asset declaration system was established in Mozambique in 2016 by the law number 16, the public probity law, which among other matters also established a new conflict of interest regime. As public officials subject to the asset declaration system, the aforementioned law lists political office holders by election or appointment public managers at all levels, executives who hold management, executives who exercise management, leadership, and trust position in public administration sphere, judges and prosecutors at all levels, managers of state business sector and the public funds and institutes. With the approval of the asset declaration model by Decree 27 and the regulation on procedures for the suspension of monthly remuneration and payment of the fine to be applied to the holder of public office or function subject to declaration of assets. For those who fail to submit declaration or submitted after the deadline by the decree number 17, the effective implementation of the declaration system followed. 10 years after the approval of public probity law, we can see an accumulation of experiences about the process, especially its dissemination, the awareness of the public official involved, the progressive adherence, and more recently, the application of sanctions, a reality that we bring to this event to share. According under this law, the depository entities for declaration of assets is the Attorney General's office. To make the process transparent, the Attorney General and all prosecutors must deposit their declarations at the administrative court. The asset declarations must be updated annually. The lack of submission of declaration after the legal established time limits is sanctioned with a fine corresponding to twice the monthly remuneration of public servant, and it also determines the suspension of the payment of the remuneration until the obligation to deliver the missing declarations is fulfilled. The main situation pointed by the law for the applications of sanctions are submission of declaration after the deadline, lack or non-compliance, and fraudulent filing. The suspension of fine, suspension and fine applied to the holders of public office or function subject to a SEC declaration who does not deliver the declaration or deliver it after the deadline. So thus, the depository entity should notify the public servant subject to the declaration of assets who is in default to within 10 days after receiving the notification, remand the default or approve the deposit. If the offender fails to fulfill the obligation within the aforesaid period, the Commission of Reception and Verification must notify the entity that processed the monthly remuneration of the offender to proceed with immediate suspension of the remuneration and application of the corresponding fine. The fine is paid by direct deduction from the civil servant monthly remuneration, but not exceed 1/3 of that remuneration. So how does it work? For public servants subject to declaration who receive their monthly remuneration through the electronic system for state financial administration, we call EC staff, the suspension of the monthly remuneration and discount of the fine are carried out by the Minister of Economy and Finance. And for the public servants subject to declaration who exercise function, the indirect administration of the state and other institutions who do not receive their monthly remuneration through EC staff, the suspension of their monthly remunerations and the discounting of the fine should be carried out by persons into that process and pay their remuneration. Thus, discounts from the fines imposed constitute revenue for the treasury and channeled to the respective tax area directorate by the 10th of the month following the one which the tax was withheld. If the public servant, subject to the declaration of assets, not agree with the sanction applied, he or she may lodge a complaint with head of the reception and the verification commission of the place where or she deposits the declaration within 15 days from the date of notification. In turn, that entity should decide on complying with 10 days from the date of the notification. Persistent non-compliance after due notification to the offender and despite of time or deadline constitutes a crime of disobedience punishable by dismissal and disqualification for holding position or function for five years. The fraudulent filling out of declarations or the fraudulent omission of the same are punished with the penalty or dismissal with inhibition to assume position or function for 5 years without prejudice to civil and criminal responsibility. So we bring here some data, statistic data. So to a better analysis of the situation of asset declaration public servants in Mozambique during the last 2 years, we bring some statistics. So in 2020, public the Commission received 360,000 or more than that of declaration of public from public servants, and last year the number was that one 56,394, and eight to all have failed to submit the declaration, of which 2,808 failed to submit the initial declaration. 409 have failed to submit the updating statement, and 531 failed to submit declaration after cessation of duties, and 307 lodged the declaration upon notification. In 2001, in 2021, the Commission notified 9,000 public servants with several problems, with defaulting, deposit out of the deadlines and irregular situations. And 3,000 of them was sanctioned, and 4 were filled with criminal cases regarding that, related with that situation that I've mentioned. So in terms of fines, the Commission fined about 4 million. This is Mozambican currency money. Is equivalent $300,000. Complaints. Okay, I move out to the terms of reflection and lessons learned. The application of sanctions results in increase in the name of deposits, of declarations, which is also the result of publicizing the public law and raising the awareness of the civil servants through lectures. After the beginning of the application of sanctions, particularly from the year 2018, a considerate evaluation can be noted with regard to the number of declarations deposited, and there is a notable improvement in terms of compliance with the deadlines of filling the declaration of assets, particularly at the level of updating and the result of the cessation of functions, which shows a change in the behavior of the public servant concerned. In terms of challenges, we need for reducing the mobility of permanent members of the reception, these commissions of reception of declaration, which results from the nature of their duties. Actually, they're integrated with prosecutors, public prosecutors, need to speeding up the notification of public servants subject to declarations for late of missing declarations in order to prevent delays in the regularization of non-compliance situations. Need for improving communications on the transfer of declarants, yes, in order to prevent situations of duplication and submission of declarations and receptions by the Commission in different provinces. Need for training for members of the Commission. By saying this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I think Mozambique deserves a standing ovation. So what we do, we clap hands while we are. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Let's stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up. All right. Yeah, we can sit down now. I noticed that some were dozing, really. So the standing was just to refresh up. Now, let's have Uganda. Now from Uganda, we have none other than Honorable Betty Kamya. She is the sitting chairman for the Association of International Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies. She is an ex-Inspector General of the government of Uganda. She is a former Minister for Lands. She is a former Minister for Kampala City. She campaigned for the presidency of Uganda in 2011. And she didn't make it. I hope she will give it a try again, because she's too energetic. And she's a born-again Christian. Betty, Honorable Betty, it's your time.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You see, your sitting didn't work. Your standing didn't work. They're still sleeping. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it has worked now. Thank you, Chairman, for your kind introduction. And I also want to associate myself with the words of thanks to the organizers of this event, and particularly to the Rwanda team led by the Chief Ombudsman for your kind reception. I also want to thank my colleagues who have presented before me since morning. We've really had a very productive morning. Speaking for myself, I'm much wiser than I came, and the presentations made me think that I should have done more work with my own presentation. But the beneficiary of not doing so much work is Dr. Roger Koranteng, because you're going to be very proud of me, because my presentation is very short, so I will save you a lot of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda report is focusing mainly on what we have done since the last conference of Commonwealth Africa, assuming that prior to that, we had given our reports for the previous period. But just so that I'm not seen as a masquerader, I want to make a slight correction. I am not the chairman of the International Association. I'm the sitting chairperson of this group, Commonwealth Africa for Anti-Corruption Agencies. That is what I am. And today, I'm focusing on innovative projects done in the fight against corruption since the last meeting. And I hope that the IT's team will be able to move with me. Ladies and gentlemen, the Inspectorate of Government is a creation of the Constitution of Uganda, and our mandate is to promote and foster strict adherence to the rule of law and principles of natural justice, to promote good governance in public offices, stimulate public awareness about the values of good governance, and foster the elimination of corruption, among others. I would like you to notice that fighting corruption comes at the end of the list of functions. This is clearly because corruption comes at the tail end of a process that begins with the violation of laws, rules, and regulations. So corruption is a product of governance where disregard for the rule of law is the order of the day. And that is why fostering adherence to the rule of law is the first item on our list of functions. And towards that end, you may go up, please. Towards that end, a robust legal regime and administrative framework has been put in place to operationalize those functions. And this regime includes creatures of the Constitution. I hope you can read them from the screen, and that is where the Office of the Inspector of Government, Auditor General, and others fall. We also have creatures of statutory action, if you'll go up, please. And there are quite many acts of parliament to support the war against corruption. And when that needed help, even executive action was put in place, where the executive created the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity. We have the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, and we are active members of regional and international anti-corruption associations. And our cabinet also passed and enacted the zero tolerance to corruption policy. Sadly, in spite of this effort and foresight and resource invested in establishing this legal framework to eliminate corruption, corruption in Uganda has continued to grow. And the Corruption Perception Index that we've been talking about for our country is nothing at home about. So the question that the Inspectorate of Government in Uganda has been battling with, and we've gone brainstorming, is why are all the above efforts not so effective? And what else do we need to do to curb corruption in Uganda. These are some of the innovative initiatives that we have implemented. But during his keynote address, during the 9th Commonwealth Regional Conference on Anti-Corruption that took place in Kampala in 2019, just prior to COVID, His Excellency the President of Uganda noted that corruption was mainly due to a population that was not empowered with knowledge that they were actually the victims of corruption through its effects on social services. The President appealed to anti-corruption agencies in Africa to use the victims of corruption to join the struggle by reporting culprits engaged in corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, for too long, I admit, in Uganda, corruption has been fought by us, the six-figure salaried politicians and technocrats in our chauffeur-driven top-of-the-range vehicles, with our comprehensive health insurance policies, sitting in air-conditioned boardrooms, in five-star hotels in Europe and Africa, with our business class seats in aeroplanes. That's where much of the corruption has been fought. That's what we discovered in our brainstorming sessions. And we ask ourselves, what do such people know about the cost and pain of corruption that they should put everything into it? In fact, many of those 5-6-figure salaried politicians and technocrats are beneficiaries and even perpetrators of corruption. And when they see green pastures elsewhere, they migrate from the war against corruption to where the donor money is heavier. For example, if donor interests shift from corruption to settlement of refugees, civil society change their request for funding proposals to resettlement of refugees. And if donor interest shifts from refugees to fighting AIDS or COVID, the same civil society will shift their request for funding proposal from corruption to AIDS or COVID. That means that you might even find that a sizable percentage of warriors against corruption in this very room are fairly new. So who is the constant warrior determined to win this war at any cost? These are the questions we had in our brainstorming session at the IG. And then we took, when I say IG, it means Inspectorate of Government. So we took our president's advice seriously and commissioned a study, which was done by an international research company based in Austria. We got funding from GIZ, thank you very much, to establish the cost of corruption in Uganda. And the study revealed that Uganda, are we there together? And the study revealed that Uganda was losing up to 10 trillion shillings per year. 10 trillion is the equivalent of 2.8 billion shillings a year in overt corruption, that is maladministration in taxation, under declarations of user fees in public utilities, sale of medical drugs and services, and in the procurement processes of goods and services. We lose up to 2.8 per year. And we also lose up to $2.8 billion per year in covert corruption, which includes absenteeism from work, environmental degradation, and poor service delivery. Now, armed with those statistics which you thought would provoke the people of Uganda to run a very aggressive public sensitization campaign. With the above highly provocative statistics, we went to the people of Uganda, but first we translated them into the opportunity costs with the hope of provoking grassroots population to feel the pinch of corruption and therefore join the war and own the war. And the message we are saying, if you don't all rise up, we are losing 20 trillion shillings a year. And what can 20 trillion shillings a year do for you? So the population is told that if we could save only 50% of the 20 trillion, that is 10 trillion, and divide it among the 10,000 parishes that make Uganda. A parish in Uganda is the smallest administrative unit. It is very local and close to the people, and people easily appreciate a parish. And a parish consists of about 4,500 people. So we tell Ugandans, if we all rise up and we save 10 trillion shillings a year, and we divide it among the 10,000 parishes, each parish would be entitled to 1 billion shillings, Uganda shillings, a year. And in Uganda, this is what we tell them, this could mean a laptop for each student from the age of 6 to university, for every student in that parish. 1 billion shillings a year can do that to the people. And we tell the people this will then bridge the gap between students who have access to e-learning and other e-opportunities and those that don't. That is easy for them to understand. We also tell them, if the following year you got 1 billion shillings in your parish, then and you put it in the parish circle, then everybody would have access to small capital, the small businesses, the people who vend mandas in markets and tomatoes and do workshops. They would have, and small garages, they would have access to working capital. And in the third year, 1 billion could build a well-equipped health center in each of the 10,000 parishes of Uganda, and the following year, perhaps a well-facilitated school. So all this can happen in 5 years if a parish was guaranteed to receive 1 billion shillings per year. The parish model is what Uganda is using to bring services close to the people. It's a very local community, and such imagery so localized is easy for the population to achieve. So this is the first innovative project that we did. Secondly, we said, armed with this information and opportunity cost, we're going to have to give corruption a face. As you know, in order to fight an enemy, the enemy must be defined and described so that the warriors understand who they are fighting. And the easiest way for the grassroots population to recognize corruption is through those accused of, or through acquisition of illicit wealth and lifestyles that are not commensurate with a public officer's known sort of income. That top of the range car that a public officer is driving, which is double his or her annual salary, that mansion, those apartments, those expensive schools for your children, those family holidays abroad are all indicators of possible illicit wealth. So we mobilize the population to be alert and to look out for people who live lifestyles way beyond their known sources of income. Some people start living those lifestyles the moment they get a job. You get a job in Uganda Revenue Authority, the tax collection agency, and in 2 years, you've built yourself a mansion, you travel abroad, you live like a king. In 2 years, the population should begin asking, whose money are you using? Is it your money? How come you didn't have it 2 years ago before you got our job? So that is the conversation that we are talking to our population. To that end, we have even identified 183 public officers whom we are going to begin to scrutinize their assets. And we are scientific about this because we don't want people to think that we are witch hunting anybody. We are saying accounting officers of the biggest public accounts, the votes, we are going to scrutinize them. And to lead by example, among those are 30 members, senior officers, top senior officials of the Inspectorate of Government, including the Inspector General of Government herself. She's on that list of 185 people whom we are beginning to scrutinize. Among those are permanent secretaries, are also accounting officers of the 30 top local governments with the biggest budgets, and also public institutions with the biggest budgets. And we have publicized for everybody to know, including themselves, that these people, we are going to be checking your assets to match them, one, with what you have declared to the Inspector General of Government. If you have other assets which you have not declared to the Inspector General of Government, it means that they are not yours, so they can be confiscated, auctioned, and returned to the consolidated fund where they belong. Those are some of the innovations that we've started this year. Our biggest activity was actually to get the people involved in this program of fighting corruption. So we had to look for channels of dissemination of this message. How do we reach the people effectively? And in Uganda, we have 3 very effective channels of reaching the population. One is the political structure. It's very, very elaborate. Right from Parliament, we have structures up to the what we call Local Council 1. That's the village council of about 1,000 people, I think. So we said we are going to reach them through the political structures, because they are always with the people, speaking to them, because they want to be elected in the next election, so they keep very close to the people on a daily life. We also want to reach them through the religious structure. We have a very active Interreligious Council of Uganda, and through the Interreligious Council, we can reach the grassroots, because the churches and mosques also have a very elaborate structure. And finally, we have also a very active and highly respected cultural structures, which come from the cultural leader, who ours is a king, from my tribe, is a king, down to the household. So these 3 structures come from the top and reach the households, and we're working with them very closely. We have also amended, Parliament last year amended the Leadership Code Act, where previously only 25,000 public officers were required to declare their assets to the Inspector General of Government. But with the new amendment, anybody who gets their allowances from government is required to declare their assets. So now we have raised that from 25,000 leaders before to 380,000 public officers. That's the whole public service. If you're getting your salary from government, you are required to declare your assets to the Inspectorate of Government. And I'm happy to report that since the amendment in March last year, 188,000 of those have already declared their assets. What we need to do now is to verify whether they have declared everything that they own. Of course, some will hide them, relatives and friends, but there's a mechanism to pretty much get to that. We are working to improve it. We're also working to strengthen the whistleblowers' motivation so that everybody knows if you report, there is something good for you. We shall continue with the routine activities of investigations, prosecution, and asset recovery. And also, we are more aggressively lobbying for funding from the state. And I'm happy to report that this year alone, our funding has been increased by 30% the coming financial year, beginning with July this year from the pre. So what are you showing me time up? Almost, okay. Main challenges is funding and despondency. There was a lot of despondency among the people. And then the results of the corruption, I think you can read them, we'll put them in the, I'm running out of time. The results of the innovation, I need to say this, is that the figures of the cost of corruption survey have been quoted widely. People are shocked by the figures, and they're easy to remember. So I see that has worked because they're being quoted very widely, and we have increased our engagement of all possible partners in Parliament and executive and through the structures I talked about. Reflections involve grassroots, continue to enhance interagency synergies, and continued participation in regional and international anti-corruption agencies. And finally, recommendation is constantly engage policymakers for budgetary increments with facts and figures. The reason we got the 30% increase is because we gave them these incredible figures of the loss and that we intend to save this money. Our objective of the next 2 years is to save 10 trillion shillings from loss of corruption. That was a motivation for increasing our budget. Sorry, I've run out of time. I've saved you time, Roger, I hope. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the presenters for the beautiful presentations. Now is our time that we should show them that we were actively listening and we've picked something and we want some clarity in some areas. So it's up to you to give your comments or questions, please.
Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. I have one question for our panelists. How do we engage the private sector in this journey of combating corruption? A question for Mauritius. He talked about anti-corruption committee. Anti-corruption committees within public sector. I'd like to know how those committees, the contribution of those committees in combating corruption, because we mentioned that, we indicate that they're headed by permanent secretary in the ministries. How does committee work, in fact? Because the permanent secretaries are the one who are the chief budget manager. Maybe in Rwanda it's like that. Permanent secretaries are the chief budget manager. How this committee work? And you mentioned that one of the challenge is that there is a lack of commitment of leaders in those public institutions. I wish to know what are the contribution of those committees, because those committees are new here. We need to. We are now one of the strategy to prevent corruption is those committees. But in the public, private, civil society, even the international organization working in Rwanda, we need to know to capture what are the contribution of those committees. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Tulani. I want to. The question first is on Mauritius. I want to check in terms of the corruption risk management that you have conducted. Do you have data specifically for which is countrywide? When you check all those international ones, did you combine and get one that is countrywide for Mauritius that you said is your country risk management, is a country corruption risk management framework? And then secondly, in terms of the anti-corruption committees, have you done any review currently to check their effectiveness, how effective they are? What are the results in terms of the effectiveness of the anti-corruption committees? Then the second one is on Uganda. I'm also interested on the lifestyle audit. On the lifestyle audit, do you have a policy that is developed by the government which enforces everyone to go for lifestyle audits on the, you said you have 188,000 employees. Are they forced with that policy to go through it? If they don't participate, are there any consequences? What are you doing to manage that everyone is going through it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. My question goes to Mauritius, and maybe it is similar to what the ombudsman, the chief ombudsman was asking. During your presentation, you alluded to lack of commitment by management on anti-corruption committee activities. So my question is a simple one, that what interventions did you put in place to make sure that eventually there was an uptake by management on the anti-corruption committee activities? Because we seem to have a similar problem, although it is improving, but it is not all the ministries that we find them committed to engaging the anti-corruption committees. Thank you.
Do you have the floor? Thank you very much. My question goes to Uganda, Honorable Betty, and it is connected to the last previous speaker, the last previous questioner. On the, you indicated that public officers, I didn't know whether your scrutiny is based on complaints that you have received from the public or on observation of the lifestyles of these public officers, or what course of action, really? Because I can imagine that, I thought somebody was intervening. I can imagine that if you are going after public officers without having a complaint, you don't think that you'll be engaging witch hunting as it is? Well, that is what I just want to find out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with a rider to what is said and then ask Uganda, the measures they have put in place to protect the process and operators of that process of investigation, so it doesn't end up as a corrupted process in itself, and the outcomes will not be the desired outcomes. Thank you.
Can we have the last one there? Yes, with Mike.
No, thank you. Thanks for the presentations. That was so insightful. Thank you. To Uganda, all ensuring that the witnesses or the whistleblowers who come forward to report corruption are protected. And I know that in various jurisdictions, whistleblower protection is still very much work in progress, and we are all trying our best. But we all know that without the whistleblowers and without the witnesses, our work will be so negatively affected. So you've mentioned a very interesting point, that you're strengthening the whistleblower motivation, so that when you report corruption, there is something for you. I think that's the comment you made. I would like to just know that part, is it something that you've done based on just policy, or have you legislated that part where you incentivize whistleblowers? The others, I think my colleague has covered them, I think relating to the Mauritian success story. We are also in a state where we are really implementing risk-based approach, and my colleague has covered that. I won't repeat those questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I can see there were still some hands, but let's curtail in the interest of time. So we'll start with Mauritius. Mozambique didn't receive many, but I think there was one general one. They can tackle that one. Then we'll finish with Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, delegates. I will answer the questions relating to the Anti-Corruption Committee collectively. There have been 3 different delegates asking questions in relation to that, including the Ombudsperson. The main objective of the Anti-Corruption Committee is actually to implement the corruption risk management framework within the particular institution. That's one of the main objectives. And secondly, to conduct corruption risk assessment exercise at least twice a year. These are the 2 main objectives of the ACC. And why is the Anti-Corruption Committee important? It is because of the number of ministries and parastatal bodies which we have in Mauritius. And it is important that important to have a committee within each institution to ensure that the corruption risk management framework, which we have devised at the level of the ICAC, is implemented. Now, how does the committee work? The committee is chaired by one of the senior public officials of the ministry or the institution. The reason of this being that the senior public official is the one who is accountable for what happens within his institution. So he heads the committee. And then there is also, I think this is, perhaps this is an element which I have missed, there is also an officer of the ICAC who sits on the committee. And this is where the officer of the ICAC monitors how things happen within the committee of each institution. And he gathers main takeaways from the committee meetings and brings them to the ICAC. And on the next sitting of the committee, he proposes the ways in which the committee can improve its work. And also the officer of the ICAC assists the chair of the committee and other members of the committee in implementing the corruption risk management framework. And this will include, for example, identifying risk-prone areas within the institution, for example, procurement in one of the main ministries of the country, or a human resource management in relation to recruitment and the associated corruption which may arise from such exercises. And in relation to the lack of commitment, there were 2 questions on the lack of commitment of top management officials. The lack of commitment was mainly as a result of lack of awareness of the seriousness of corruption offenses and also a lack of time from senior management officials. What we have done at the level of the ICAC, there was sensitization campaign which took place. We have educated officials of the ministries on the importance of tackling corruption within their respective institution and identifying key corruption-prone areas. And this is where we have been able, together with the support of the Ministry of Public Service, to gather more collaboration from senior public officials in order to ensure the success of this project. I believe I have answered all the questions which were directed to Mauritius.
Thank you. Mozambique, you have something to say?
I think that only question which maybe have been addressed to Mozambique was related with numbers of the how many public servants have declared. So let me to say that in global we have about, according to records of 2019, about 300,000 public servants. So in 2011, like I said in my presentation, in 2021, we identified 394 public settlement which they have to declare. So this number only no, but the Commission received 54,854 asset declarations. So there is a balance about 3,000, and for several reasons that they haven't declared, and they find it according to the law where I was mentioned. So, thank you.
Uganda.
I want to thank colleagues who have taken interest in my presentation, especially those who have asked questions. There are quite a number, but I'm going to be very brief. I'm mindful of the time. The first one is the private sector enrollment. I think it's very important to have it, that was by Chief Ombudsman of Rwanda. I think it's very important to get the private sector into this war against corruption and into public scrutiny, because at the end of the day, corruption in public sector affects us all. It raises the cost of living and doing business in your country, and you lose out in investments and things. So it's really important. But in Uganda, we do not have a clear line on private sector, but it's something that we are thinking seriously on how to bring them under scrutiny. Although, by extension, since private sector are more on the other side, evasion of taxation and a declaration of taxation, it is with the private sector. When you talk about procurement contracts for infrastructure and provisions of goods and services, it is with mainly with the private sector. So if you sort out this one, you will reach them. But even within themselves, it is important to focus on the private sector. They have a big impact on the general economy, and we are working on that. The other question was on the lifestyle audit, and the gentleman asked whether there's a legal framework and whether the 380,000 public servants are forced to declare. Yes, we have a leadership code of conduct act, which requires everybody, which defines as a public officer as a person who earns a salary from government. And the law requires every person to declare their income every 5 years for monitoring. And the repercussions, we have the Leadership Code Tribunal, where if you don't declare, the Leadership Code Tribunal will take you on, and there are repercussions. And if you falsely declare or under-declare, you're still under sanctions, and the Inspectorate of Government is required to verify declarations, and there are sanctions for false declarations or under declarations. Of course, it's still work in progress. It is newly being implemented, but our heart is in the right place. We can only improve on that one. Someone asked about the 183 public officers, including the Inspector General of Government, who are under scrutiny. And the reason is this: 10 trillion shillings being lost is 25% almost of our annual budget. So if you don't take it, and this money is lost under the hands of accounting officers, you won't find politicians signing checks or signing or recruiting staff or doing such things that technocrats do. So the reason we are focusing on accounting officers is because they are the people we give our money. So this 10 trillion shillings is being lost under or in the hands of accounting officers. So they need to explain to us, if they don't have it, how did they lose it? And in any case, it is within the Leadership Code Act for even these people to declare and then be verified. And once you have made it scientific and rational on who is under this verification, there should be little concern of which hand. And there will be people who will be exonerated, and they will be published, and so and so has no problem. And I think that will be a good thing as well. The fourth one, measures in place to protect the process. Measures in place to protect the process and also the people that are implementing. We have the Whistleblowers Act, first of all, which protects the whistleblower. We don't have to publish who the whistleblower is. But I've found some people are quite innovative. They go and speak to, I have a specific example which I found to be very innovative. They go and whistleblow to the newspaper. Then the newspaper, because the newspaper is faceless, they bring out all the information. And if you verify and find that the information is correct, if you want to fight with the newspaper, fight with the newspaper, but the newspaper know who gave them information. I think there are fairly innovative ways of going around this. But fact is that the Whistleblowers Act protects the identity of the whistleblower. And as we are saying, it is still needs to be strengthened. A lot of it is work is being tested. But we really want to strengthen in the eyes of the public our relevance, that we are serious about this war. It's not just business as usual. It's not just about earning a salary. We are serious to save the 20 trillion a year. Because if we save 20 trillion a year, we can transform our country in 5-10 years. That is the message we are sending out to the people. Whistleblowers protection, yes, we have a Whistleblowers Act, and the motivation is that if you bring us information that leads us to recovery of proceeds from recovered illicit wealth, the whistleblower is entitled to 5% by law of such proceeds. I think those were the questions that were directed at me, and I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of our session. To the convener.
Thank you so much, Malawi, for abling managing these exciting presentations. I think the Malawian chair need a clap also as a thank you. So let's clap for. Yeah, only that they didn't give me any joy in terms of timing. Now I have a fix. We're back to square one. We have one more presentation before lunch, but lunch is also due. So I think my proposal, because lunch cannot wait because of the way they operate here. So I think, let me see. It's almost 1, about 7 minutes to 1. So I think we'll go for lunch as quickly as we could. Maybe instead of the 1 hour, we can go 45 minutes lunch to make some time. And then we come back and continue the program. So without any further comment, I think we'll go for lunch now and come 1:45 for us to continue the process. See, managing time is very, very difficult at this stage. Sorry? What meeting? Going to the internet. Okay.